Hi, Kazi. Welcome in. Oh, shoot. God dang it. No. Oh, what a mess. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just spilled my drink all over my desk. It's okay. I got it in time. Well, sort of. It's still kind of wet. Wipe with the sleeve. Hello, Cherry. Welcome in. Elbow, no. Oh, okay. Hello. I was gonna say, wow. Let's see here. Where is my. There it is. Miss. Hi. I spilled my drink. Had to clean up my desk. I think that's how. Yeah, let's go. Let's go with that. Ready? All right. We have one of you so far in the list. Let's find out. Yes, just one. Okay, Cherry, you're first. No, I did it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. And even that's totally wrong. Where's your man over here? Oh, nice. Full now. Okay. Want to serve? Yes. Perfect. I will put that on later. I need advice regarding family spirit guide advice, please. Oh, ed- interesting. Okay. Let me pick out the decks for you in just a minute. I'm trying to figure all my stuff out. And stuff in my face. Everyone can hear me okay, right? I feel like I'm just wait. Oh, oh wait, no, I went down more. Oh, okay. Righty tighty, lefty to see. Okay. Now it's too low. It's good. I think. Cherry digital laptop. First. Hey, see what comes out for you. Everybody can hear me, okay, right? Have you learned or acquired any more Japanese recently? I am a slow learner. I've learned. I study Japanese all the time, though. Is there something? Are you studying yourself? My soon-to-be husband is Japanese, so I'm planning to try to be fluent, but it'll take a long time. What do I use to study? My favorite? Well, in terms of studying, most people should use what works best suited to them. For me, my favorite thing is Kawaii Nihongo. It's an app on both Android and iPhone, and she actually streams on Twitch too, which is fun. Um, and her app, you could either choose to pay like $12 a year, or you can, for I think $25, you can pay for it for a lifetime. So I like using that one combined with the Rentshu app. And I find that works best for me and what I like in terms of the apps and games, in terms of how quick I learn words and stuff. And then I also use Japanese Pod 101 because you can use it for free, and if you don't pay for the lifetime or anything, you can watch ads in order to do it. And then I use a lot of other apps too, just for fun. Todai, um, Todaii, I like to use to practice for like the JLPT testing, reading the articles in Japanese, and listening practice, plus watching anime and Japanese dramas in Japanese as well. Um, I have some books. This one, this one I highly recommend. It's literally got like a majority of the kanji and everything in it. What level are you at in general? Unfortunately, I like to think I'm N5, but then when I take new N5 tests, it's like it's different. So I get my butt served to me. Um, so I under like reading wise, I understand. Um, I understand most N5. Even if I don't always know the pronunciation of the word, I can like read it because it's based on images. And then N4 I have a little bit. I'd like to eventually get to N1 or native, but that's considering I've been doing this for years very slowly, it's going to take me some time to do that. Okay, so Cherry, are you still in chat? Okay, great. We're gonna start your reading in a moment. We were talking about my language learning last time. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, I forgot. We were doing that. I mentioned polyglot, right? Yeah, I think so. I like the Japanese pod one a lot because I like to sit at it as if it's a classroom and I'll read along the transcripts with what they're saying. And they have different pace stuff too. Okay. Cherry. Hello, welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Hello, Death. Okay, so Cherry, you said that you need advice regarding family spirit guide advice. So, just to clarify, do you mean you're looking at advice from your family that are your spirit guides, or do you mean in terms of communicating with them? Dude, you're keeping it up with Japanese and have good resources, not just two. I personally didn't like Duolingo, honestly. Hello, thank you for the follow. Communicating with them. Okay. Hi. Okay, well, first, I think what I'm going to do, because I have a Talking to Heaven deck, this is a mediumship deck specifically if you ever have trouble and if the cards are your vibe, I highly recommend this deck for those who want to communicate with their passed on loved ones. But for now, let's see what they say for advice for you, just based on what the cards want to play, and then we'll see what else comes up for you. I don't sugarcoat any readings, so I won't tell you what you want to hear. I'll tell you what you need to hear, depending on how the reading goes, for any of those who are new to my stream. Okay, let's see here. Do you have proper mediumship abilities? What do you mean? Are you referring to something specific? I have no more earthly worries. This card makes me feel like there's an old man maybe that could be family to you that you were close with. They're kind of showing me images of somebody who passed away. Maybe you were there near the hospital, or they're showing me a very dark room, or maybe it's as if you arrived too late or you feel distant because you weren't around or something. But I get old man energy out of this, and it's starting with I have no more earthly worries. Being able to communicate with entities. I only communicate with the dead. Well, and I will communicate with angels if needed, but it's rare. I was gonna say, depending on what you're looking for, I don't really communicate with otherworldly beings, if you know what I mean. An old man, not that I know of. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, well, we'll keep it in mind for now. That's the energy I feel. They're kind of small. They're like frail figure from what I see. I definitely see an old man, and they're showing me like a mustache. Mustache. Let's see what else comes up. Feel okay. I feel a woman now as well, and she's not like heavy set. I guess she's more on the chunky, chubby side a little bit, but she's got long dark hair. She kind of wears it like I am with it in front, but she has it parted right in the middle. She's telling me to say the word native. She's saying that she has native blood. We have been together in dreams. So this tells me your dream world is where you communicate the most, and they're also telling me that you're kind of a little conscious of it. You have dreams where you feel like you're talking as if it's real life. You don't always subconsciously know that when you wake up though, but you feel it strongly when you're there. Um, I have good examples for something I've done, but they're telling me that you actively communicate with them during your dreams. And a lot of the times dreams have a lot of heavy subconscious that come forward. But in the subconscious, you can also have what's called lucid dreaming. We're taking an ad break. I don't know who's going in, but I can wait if you're coming back. You're aware. Okay. Okay. I'm eating I'm eating Chinese food. Pork fried rice. Technically, I stole this from the fridge, but I wanted a snack, and nobody touched it yet, so I took it. Welcome back. So, Cherry, you're saying you're very aware of your dreams, right? So, but because you're reading, the initial question is based on advice, and the communication with the dreams, you're hyper aware of it when it's happening, right? But it sounds like because it's part of the advice that you're asking for, that maybe you have trouble like controlling that part. Like you remember, I don't know how to describe it. You're fully conscious in the dream, but you don't know how to control the different um like the world of dreams. So like it's lucid dreaming is and advice in lucid dreaming is to read up on that and then you can practice controlling it that way as far as the first advice goes. Lucid dreaming is something I think that's strong for you. They keep wanting me to mention ancestors. Your ancestors come to you often. They said sometimes they scare you. They don't mean to. Life is a series of choices. Choose love. Oh, this is good. I find it interesting that I played that right after saying that sometimes they scare you. I think it's they're giving me feelings of fear and mixed nervousness, so it makes me think maybe you struggle with anxiety a little bit, and the idea maybe of doing things in the mystical realm itself because it's the unknown scares you. It's okay to be scared. Um, it's all right to be scared, but everyone has those instincts for a reason. So don't do anything that you're not comfortable with until you feel ready. When you feel ready for it, that's the time you should do. I do, but I'm open. Yeah, so my sister actually is very much like that. She has the same thing. She's afraid of the mysticism a little bit, and so she's afraid to do it herself, but she always wants to know more and she's very open to the world of it. But her herself, she struggles because she doesn't really want to do it herself, but she does at the same time, so it's a conflict back and forth in her heart that way. So I think this is a very literal message. It says life is a series of choices, choose love. So instead of fear, when you're like, if you choose to practice, right, instead of fear, think about the things you love the most. So, like, if you practice lucid dreaming, right, you might come across some books or stories that might say something that would probably make you more nervous. But you don't have to view it that way. Instead, think about the things that you love the most, the feelings of warmth you felt. So like I've had a lucid dream about my grandparents, and the place I ended up in was actually their house, and I always, it was always a warm feeling for me, and there was always like an evening sunlight beaming through their kitchen window, and for some reason that's the thing that I remember most about their house. And in my lucid dream, my grandma was there talking to me, and I was so excited to see her. I was showing her all of my drawings that I somehow pulled out magically out of my back or something, which is not really something I thought of at the time to like be conscious. But I, because I'm so straightforward, my in my dream talking to my grandma about showing her all this stuff, and I looked at her. I was like, "How are you talking to me? You're dead." Is what I said, and she's like, "You already know how I'm talking to you," and that's all she told me. And then I think sometime after that I woke up. But like in terms of practicing, think about more of the positive like memories and stuff, because that'll lead you in the direction you want to go, and you'll feel more safe. Like that'll be your safe space there. Now I have no pain. So this now I have no pain card actually makes me feel a little sad. It makes me feel, it doesn't make me feel for them. It makes me feel like it's you, like almost like I have deep feelings of loneliness sometimes and very melancholy, and it feels like a struggle. But that's temporary. It won't be like that forever if that seems connected. Find peace in the little things. The little things make a big difference. Oh, I wish I had told you more often how much I love you, and I am here helping you. Okay, so I feel like you have a lot of guides with you. And I ended up playing one, two, six. I ended up playing 6 cards. Six in numerology represents relationships and love, and you have a lot of love cards here too. Right. Yeah. So I feel like you have quite a few guides because they really want to help you. They're around you a lot. Um, some of them want you to refer to them as your guardian angels because it makes you feel more at peace that way. It's a good start. Let's move on to the next deck. Woo! Cosmic Womb, the Divine Feminine. Okay, yeah. I feel like that goes with this card here. Kind of like going in warm, cozy, like it. Warmth keeps coming up, so I feel like I think about like when I wake up. Falling asleep takes forever, but well, not really for me, but staying asleep does. Anyway, um, but when I wake up in the morning, especially on work days, always on a work day, I feel like I'm more comfortable in my blankets in the bed before I have to get up for work, unfortunately, so I never want to get out of bed. And it's the warmth that I enjoy the most that's from my own body heat, but you have warmth coming up a lot in this, and love coming up a lot in this, and warmth from love. I feel like it almost feels like not necessarily that you feel like you deserve love. That's not it. You don't feel that way. You feel You feel different though. You don't feel you don't feel like I guess you get enough of it. Like you don't have the comfort and warmth from love around you as much as you'd like. Yeah, that feels more accurate to me. They're showing me fur now and like cuddling a kitty or a fur baby of some sort. I don't know if you do have one or not, but maybe consider getting one. Your dragon's horde. This one, I keep, I keep leaning over. Okay, this, it says protecting the future, and I almost see this as the person. I see this person as a person. I see this person as a person like sitting at a desk, but I almost see it as if like getting coins together or getting spreadsheets together. Not even spreadsheets, but makes me think of coins or make it makes me think of like investments, getting the investments all in order, or even assets that were passed down and getting that in order. It's like organizing a whole bunch of stuff that's needed. And I have a strong sense of urgency about it suddenly now that I bring it up. It's it feels like a lot of stress, honestly. Hey. Spirit of the River, movement toward adventure. Ooh, that's fun. Okay, placing them together almost makes me feel like you're saving up for a big trip or retirement, which is really far in the future. Um, but well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know how old you are. But blue, the blue cards, blue and more blue. Usually it's related to the throat chakra. It talks about communication. And I guess that technically goes with your question too, because you're talking about advice and communicating. No, just getting my money together. Oh, okay, okay. Uh-huh. Spirit of movement towards adventure. Oh, okay. So you are gathering stuff together then. But you have movement towards adventure. Are you a workaholic? Like, do you work a lot? Is that is that why I saw the gathering of something all the because if you are, I think they're telling you to take a vacation, or at least, at least a break in a way where you have like a something refreshing and rejuvenating to you, even if it's a couple of days. Kind of, yeah. Mental break. Thank you. Falling angel, spiritual narcolepsy. Okay, so I'm seeing a pattern, uh, which is a pattern I'm unfortunately also somebody who does this. So, like, almost when you have things in a certain way that you want to set up, and if things get changed or moved or things just go wrong, you fall down a very downward spiral and you just like, I give up, and you just go to bed and lie down and don't do anything anymore, kind of thing. That's the feeling I get from that spiritual narcolepsy, falling angel. And that's also temporary. I feel like you're pretty good about coming out of it on your own, but some days are just worse than others. Let's see what else comes up. Anything else? Covenant, sacred contract. Okay, and now I'm getting yep, it's been heavy. Yeah. And now I'm getting a native woman coming through again. Have you explored your roots? Experiencing life as it comes, treasures hidden in the shadows. Got a lot of blue. A lot of blue. I feel like Caribbean. Oh, Caribbean. Schwappy, welcome in. Ad starts in less than 3 minutes, everybody, just so you know. Um, so for Caribbean or Caribbean, I don't know how to pronounce it right. It goes either way for me in my accent up here. Um, do you mean that's like your ancestors? Or do you mean that's like the place you're considering? Or a place you're native to, I guess I should say as well. That's your ancestors. Okay. Uh-huh. First, you have a lot of blue in this deck that I've played. The deck before I mentioned dreams. Okay, that was the first advice, was the lucid dreaming. This is the second advice that I think they're giving because of the amount of blue with the throat chakra relates to communicating. And you can just talk. Like, you can just talk to your ancestors, talk to your family that's passed on, and talk to whoever guides, or even, something for me that I like to do is I like to talk to my higher self because my future self knows me best. So I like to do that. And but you can communicate that way and they'll hear you. You can talk as if you're talking back and forth to me like now. You can talk in your head but feel it from the heart when you do that. And you can also, they're telling me you can also write it down. Like you can write a message. Like you can get a calendar or a whiteboard and in your notes you can write what you're thinking about that you want. I refer to spirit, but you can, for you, ancestors, family, whatever it may be. And then the other part is I think maybe you should plan a trip to go there. Because yeah. I find the sacred contract interesting. I'm very drawn to that for some reason. Let me know if you're in ads. If not, I'll keep going. I'm very drawn to the sacred contract. I don't know if you're making plans to sign a contract or anything, but I'm very drawn to that for some reason. If you're somebody who likes to journal, I would make a note of that. Oh, they're telling me to also tell you about scripting. Okay, so scripting, if you don't know, it's a way you can manifest things. So basically, you write down what you want, and then you say it like 10 times as you're writing it down, or however many you feel comfortable with. If you have a specific number that means more for you. For example, like most people do like 10 times for average. But let's say four is more meaningful. Four stands for foundation and stability, and you do it 4 times each for specific things that are based on that. Whatever number feels best to you. Next one. Are you in ads? Yeah. Okay, great. Just checking. Lantern, consciousness is light. Such a big card, too. Let's see. Lantern, consciousness is light. I'm drawn to the blindfold here. Uh, but your energy makes me feel like you're horrible at meditating. I think the flames will help you with meditating. There is a form of scrying through fire if you're somebody who enjoys fire, like campfires or fireplace, even just a candle fire, staring at it. Oh yeah, I can't focus too long. Staring at the flame will help you with the meditative thing because that's when you start like clearing your head, clearing your mind, and eventually you won't have so many thoughts at once. And it'll actually make you feel better. It'll be slow burning, no pun intended. But it'll slowly get you used to it and it'll help you with that. Is candle fires. Inner life, your inner life is a garden to be cultivated. So this gives me the same energy that that other one gave me with the like the anxiety feels like it's in the gut of my belly. Like a lot of the people who have anxiety like they feel like they want to throw up kind of thing. That's the feeling it gives. So, nurturing that part, like finding your source of why you feel that way so much is more helpful to you in terms of reasoning. Radical honesty. To believe in the facade is to suffocate in the armor of alienation, self-defeat, and self-denial. Okay, so I was wondering. So I feel like the people around me stress me out. Oh no. Yeah. So I felt this in a different card, but I wasn't sure on it. Um, I feel like you're really harsh on yourself, like brutally harsh on yourself. A lot of people are their own worst critic. It's common. Um, but they're telling me to say you almost like fake it to make it kind of thing, and that's actually not you. It's not who you are. It's not what works best in terms of your energy and moving forward. I see self-defeat the most, and I think I mentioned that a little bit before in terms of the words on the card. Like trying too much to fit in. If it's not you, it's not your tribe, it's not your vibe. they're, they're saying be done with it. Like don't force yourself to do something basically. And I feel like you do that a lot. And they're telling me to give advice that they're telling me to give advice I've given someone a long time ago, which basically was, you know, if they're going to be your friend, or like if this is a friend group thing, be yourself. Real friends will stay with you. The fake ones will wean themselves out. If they don't stay, then that's their problem, not yours, and you know where they stood the whole time. It's family. Okay. I feel like I feel like that advice can go with family too. It can be hard because, people love and care for their family, but, I had to learn boundaries the hard way. I thought I had them, but apparently I didn't, with family specifically. Um, but, it takes courage to come out in a way to just be yourself around others. Some might take it like I knew this the whole time. Others might be like, why are you acting so different? And that'll probably make you feel crummy. But like, just be, just actually be yourself because this, as this puts it, the facade that's there isn't real. You know what I mean? I gave boundaries and they used spiritual stuff to spy on me. Oh, interesting. Okay, is that why I'm drawn to the Covenant card? Fascinating. Oh no. Well, there's a solution to that, that's actually quite simple. They so like if they do cards like I do, for example, I can play cards, but like if a person does not want to be read, I can't read them. It bounces me to somebody else, because you can just say, I don't want anybody to read me. And they might think they can read something about you, but then it's more so themselves than it is of you. Like, for example, if it was me and my mother, all right, let's say she doesn't do this, but let's say she did, okay, and she wanted to check on me. And if I didn't feel like it, be like, I want nobody to have the ability to read me until I say so. Just saying it out loud, my guides will hear it, right? So they'll protect that energy. And then and then, she might play on me and she'll try to read it, but then it doesn't make sense because it's all mixed up. And then she'll what will happen instead is what happened, like it'll be like our relationship together and what can be improved and so on, stuff like that. Yep, they get a mix of misinformation. I'm like, what the fudge? Yeah. Hey, Rocket, welcome in. Okay. I'm just gonna call you Moo. Welcome in. Cacao Moo? Hey. I like cacao. I made cacao pancakes the other day. So, because they. Thank you for the hydrates. This isn't water, but that's between us. Yeah, I'm still on Cherry Rocket. I did start early today, if that makes a difference. So you said your family gets mixed information about you. That's because you don't want them to read you. Like if you want them to read you, then you can open that up. But if you don't, then that's where it stays. Like the mixed information, maybe here and there, something you actually don't care if they know. They might pick up on that, but otherwise, it just doesn't happen that way. It doesn't work that way. Oh, so they're giving me energy that you have a complicated family situation. I don't know. Are you what's it called? Um, there's a word for it, and I know it. I just don't remember it right now. There's a specific word for it. Basically, the family and you aren't on good, not like good terms, but oh, estranged. That's the word I'm looking for. Are you and your family estranged? Black sheep. They don't communicate well. Oh, So, like, do you dislike them communicating with you, or is it like, they just want to get information without asking you directly, if that makes sense? Misalignment. Miracles become normal once we face all of the aspects of our lives in the same direction. This to me tells me that, like, you gotta take charge of the situation. Like, you're in a predicament that you don't like. You're only slightly uncomfortable with it. You just mainly don't like it. It feels as if, like, your privacy is being invaded, and it just feels wrong to you. So it's easier for you to be direct, be like, I don't like this. This is who I am. I have asked, whoever it is, spirit, God, universe, whatever it is to you, to prevent it so you can read me easily. So any information you get will be wrong, etc., etc. It's like rather they be sneaky than have a conversation. Yes, you just don't like it. Emotional conversation. Oh, I see. I'm quiet, but I'm open. Some things personal I'm sharing. Basic things I'm open to. Oh, I see. Like personal things you want to keep private to you. That's right. I think that's what you mean. It didn't type right, but that's um I see. Right. Yeah. I'm actually very much like that myself. So I know what you mean. Um I personally find a direct approach easiest. My family can sometimes, me personally, my family can sometimes be pushy towards my feelings, but that's not how I function. I'd rather think about my situation emotionally myself first before being influenced by outside sources. And if I want to talk about it, I will. And I just tell them that. But, people get the most nosy when you don't want to tell them something. So it's easier to just tell them the things you want to tell them without even bringing anything else up. If you're upset one day, just say I'm having a bad day and just leave it at that. I think is probably going to be the best situation for you. You need to start studying a little bit. Okay, Rocket. It'll probably be a little while for your reading anyway, so no worries. Good luck with studying. Excuse me. My family is nosy, gossipy. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Um, so I think for you probably just I'll be I'll be back at midnight. I mean, yeah, sometimes. Um, yeah, so I think for you, you don't like it, and I don't know. It's probably I feel like it's so much more complicated adding on to the spiritual stuff. It's interesting at the same time. I think just the direct approach is easiest. If they're worried about you, that could be why they want to do it. Like looking into it. Like if I mean, I would rather, if when I have kids, I'd rather just communicate with them, and I would hope that they're open enough to talk to me about it. But I wouldn't want to pressure them into it. Yep, but ask me. Yeah, yeah. But I think because your cards kind of played that like you put on this face a little, I it almost I guess in a way it feels as if you're like belittling is not a good word. It feels like you're compressing yourself to handle the situation instead of just
being the main attraction, I guess, if that makes sense. Like you need to be yourself, and if it irritates you, let your family know it is irritating you. Like right then and there. Like tell them in that moment. Be like, I don't like that you're doing this. You're aggravating me. If I want to talk about it, I will, and so on. It could be tough love, but that's what tough love is for, you know? All right, let me move on to the next deck. I have a feeling that these are going to be kind of like the ends messages for your reading. Let's see what comes up. Two decks left. Okay. A veil of mystery surrounds you. Embrace the enchantment. Ooh, enchantment sticks out to me. You could. I almost feel like, I mentioned the scare part before. I almost feel like you kind of want to do some kind of like spiritual personal protection thing for yourself, but you're worried about the karmic backlash of it. Um, you know, I don't think you'd have to worry about that. I mean, karma works both ways, good and bad. But like if your family's just worried about you and looking into that, sure, there could be karma that comes back to them, but it wouldn't be in a way where it'd be horrible. It would just be as if, what's being done to you is being done to them. It's not a terrible thing, you know what I mean? It would just be the same thing returned. A mystical revelation will bring you clarity. Ooh. I hear the word scry again. If you're back from ads. Welcome back. So, I placed this card. In case you didn't hear me, I'll read it again. A mystical revelation will bring you clarity. So, this actually, the word that came up in my head again is scrying again. So, I would probably look into that a little bit when you need guidance and advice. Like, it'll feel like an epiphany when the answer comes to you. Be like, oh, why didn't I think about that sooner? And I think, the flames are good, and I see the crystal ball in this card right here, so I think maybe a clear quartz, clear quartz or regular crystal ball of some sort. They're also telling me a mirror for you would also work. Looking at yourself in the mirror because you think a lot when you're in the mirror. A powerful ally will appear in your life. Welcome them. I see the ball again. And a hidden talent will bring you great success. Ooh, that's fun. This is making me think of smudging. I actually meant to smudge myself before I came in and I forgot. And then I hit my drink, spilled my drink. Dog almost knocked my computer over. Sometimes chaos is needed. Just a little. To make things interesting. Hmm. I will appear in your life. Welcome, ma'am. This feels like it would be a strong bond with somebody. I don't know if you've got like a bestie. They're telling me to say the word sister. I don't know if you have a sister that you're close to or feel like a bestie, or maybe you will call them a sister or something later on. But your bond together is very strong. Whether it's now or later. A sacred ritual would bring you clarity and insight. I do have a sister, but we're not close. Now that's interesting. I wonder if that will change. It could also just be somebody else you feel like would be like a soul sister, if that makes sense. So, but it feels like it even if it's not now, it feels like the bond is gonna be like very tight knit. Feels fun too. I'm getting energy. We're gonna have lots of fun together. It's like the energy I'm getting from it. Okay. Let's see final messages for Jerry. First one is you were good enough. Okay. All right. So I did pick that up. And I kind of said it in subtle ways throughout the reading. Are good enough is the first message. Don't let pride get in your way. Stubbornness is a weakness of yours. I see radiance too, like I think that goes with the facade. I think you're putting up a strong outer shell without actually protecting the inner parts. Adjustments are required. Yeah. So something does have to change in order to change your dynamic. You have to do something differently in order for it to work. Believe in the impossible. And the end of a tough cycle approaches. Like, like what? Oh, to which one? I'm sorry. Oh, the changes. It took me a minute to think about it. Well, if you do the same thing all the time and expect a different result, it won't happen. There's something you have to change, whether it's communicating, how you approach things, I don't know, but you yourself have to change something in the dynamic. Yeah. This, I think, goes with this. If you don't, it's kind of what I just said. Nothing will come of this situation. So, like, if adjustments aren't happening, nothing will change. Bottom of the deck says the energy is gaining momentum. Do you have any other questions? Do you feel like the reading resonated with you and so on? Okay, great. It did resonate. Okay, great. I'm so glad. Perfect. Oops. Why did I do that?
Bye. Have a good evening or day or whatever time it is for you. And you're welcome. Alright. Schwappy, you're next in line. I'm gonna finish putting all these back first real quick and then ground myself and then we'll move on. Do you have a specific question this time or are you doing a general reading? Schwappy still? Nope, you're still in here. It's blocking me with my motivations. Ooh, that sounds fun. Let's do it. The size goes. Eventually, I'll make my own deck. One of these days. Oh. I need like a need markers to tell me which angle is good. I suppose it wouldn't matter. I like my computer too much. I'm so excited. I'm getting married so soon. The panic is setting in. Only a little panic. Okay. Thank you. Also, don't forget to hydrate us on. I think I'm still in cooldown. Oh yeah, I took a sip, but I'll take some more. YouTube. Myself first. So, I use this rock to ground myself and I tend to spin it in my hands. And I like to put the energy from different people's readings in here after each reading. Well, when I remember. And one, I think it rubbed it so much, it started turning smooth. I don't know if you see how smooth that is. And two, the color is different. Like this gray here, this color I started with, and you can see the dark areas now. It's fascinating. Is it smooth or cool? It's smooth. It's smooth. You can see it. See the shine. You see the light shine mark there? Super smooth.
It is cool. I live in the basement, so I'm a basement dweller for now till I move in with my future husband.
I'm so curious what our house would be like.
He's basically gonna be in charge of that the most. I just want to do a quick smudging before I start, if that's alright. That actually felt really good. I guess my energy needed that.
It's always in the same spot too. It's always in the back. I can always feel it. Okay, let's see. What is blocking you or your motivations? I have slight deja vu. I feel like you've asked something similar to that before, either me or somebody else. So let's see. Blocking you. The only thing I remember was lots of purples and blues. And I've been taking them as signs from time to time. Oh. For me, purple is related to the third eye and insight, like psychic insight. And blue is related to the throat chakra for communication. Me, though, it could be different for you depending on what you're used to or what you associate it with. I was also smudged before too. Oh, last time? Like I smudged before you were reading again last time too? I just felt the need to do a smudge today and I forgot before doing it before the first reading, so I was like, oh, I want to do it now while I remember. It's interesting though for you. If it happened twice, I would definitely consider that a sign. How, do you need a smudge? Yeah, I like these bowls, but it's hard to eat rice in them. I don't think so. Okay. It never hurts to continuously do it, you know? Felt drawn to this one for you. I felt drawn to this deck for you, so let's see what comes up. Are you in ads?
actually. A lot of purples and blues. You're subscribed. Oh, duh. I can see it here. I forgot. Sorry. All right, great. Then I don't have to wait. Perfect. Wow, I'm having a hard time opening that right now. I feel I am squeezing this so tight. I feel tense. I feel like your energy is very tense. It feels like it's squeezing so tight. I usually have vivid dreams. That's interesting. Oh, the dream reading deck? Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what comes up. I've been slacking in my dreams lately. I mean, I think I've been dreaming, but I haven't been paying attention to them. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Let's go back up so I can focus on your question. Blocking you or your motivation. Okay. Also purple boxes I noticed. Yes, purples and blues and pinks too. Purples and blues and pinks too. Okay. Blocking. Gratitude. Ooh. This this felt strongly like sass. Like it felt if when I had the box, I said I was like gripping it really hard, like as if I couldn't open it, and I was like squeezing, and then gratitude was the first card that came out, so it feels like it's yelling gratitude strongly to me because of that reason. It says underneath, focus on the things you do have rather than the things you don't have or can't have. And I think I see the picture a little bit. It's basically, you said blocks and preventing motivation and stuff, right? So, do you, they're telling me to ask, do you even know what you want? Like they're telling me to ask it that way. Do you even know what you want? So and they're saying you can't blame it on a block because the block happens afterwards, not beforehand. Oh no, maybe. So, gratitude is another form of prayer. Practice daily, appreciate everything and everyone in your life. So it feels like it almost feels like the first thing they're trying to say for right now is, you know, you say you're blocked, right? And maybe you're just thinking you have things in your energies blocked, like your chakras, or maybe your meridian minor chakras and stuff. Or even like you feel like something just keeps happening and it won't change. That could be just a karmic cycle, and you would have to break that yourself. Um, but it's interesting because they're making me think. For example, they're making me think like writer's block. Okay, well, what did you want to write? And then you'd be like, I don't know. That's the energy they're giving me. I don't know what I want to write. Well, that's why you have writer's block. That they're doing it in a way where they're like, do you even know what you want this way? So you can find out why you feel blocked that way, or in a direction that it's more simple than complicated. I feel called out. Yeah, I do that a lot. I call everybody out. Don't feel bad. But the point of the message, though, overall, besides that, is it's much more simple than complicated in terms of like if you actually feel blocked and everything, it's a simple change. Let's see what else comes up for you. We have connection. We are all connected by a universal sea of energy. All that you think and do will have an effect on the world. Reach out and connect with the world around you through love. So this next part to me with the connection, it shows a nice picture here. Let me move it closer so you can see it. It shows a nice picture of kind of like a spider's web but with dewy water drops on it here. And it's showing that like everything is interconnected. And if you're a person who likes to do like spiritual manifestation and stuff, one thing you know is that like everything you think can become a reality to you kind of thing. So like if you're confident, you can ex- exceed confidence to everybody else, right? Or they say a smile is contagious. So when you smile, you at least three more other people in the day have a smile on their face now too. So they're also saying like a part of it is like needing to work in that kind of energy. You need to adapt in a way where what your thoughts and your heart feel are more connected together in terms of the direction you'd like to go in. Yeah. So, I feel like they're saying a lot of it's just mental stuff where you're thinking certain things, and by proxy, you're causing your own eternal cycle that way because you think it's going to happen this way instead of just having faith that things will be all right. And then you get stuck there. And then it's like quicksand. You keep sinking in because you won't let go of that. You won't stop moving in the quicksand. So just, have faith that things will be all right and figure it out. And they're telling me stop trying so hard. Stop trying to work so hard. Yeah, that goes hand in hand with this earlier that I said where you have to it's actually more simple than complicated. I do try to manifest, but I guess it's hard not to double think. Yeah, yeah. I understand. I do that too. Like, like if you're in school, right, and you have a test and you feel so confident about the answer the first time and you're ready to say it, and then it's like as if you wait to say the answer, you think more, and the more you think, then you start second guessing yourself after that. It's very much that energy. Creativity. Take a risk if you are to lead a creative life. Invite creativity into your life. Create something new for yourself. I'm really drawn to the ballerina in the background of this card more so than the main attraction of the card. And I'm thinking of the dancing and creative expression. They're making me think of interpretive dancing specifically. I don't know if that's something you've been interested in or do, or even just watching, but they're making me think of that because interpreting dance, is one of the most creative dances because they interpret the music in their own way. Possessions. Do you need to redefine what you value? What is the cost of your loss? What are some changes that are causing you to feel undervalued? Hmm. So this is actually making me think that you kind of want to feel some materialistic abundance. Like you want to be surrounded by nice things and feel like you have nice things is kind of the energy it gives me here. Hmm. Do you value most? What is the most meaningful to you? And they're telling me to give you the advice if you do buy things, make sure you really, really want it. Like that you love it so much you want it. Not that you're like, oh, this is cute. I'm going to buy it. This is cute. I'm going to buy it. And then like 3 months later, you're like, I'm over it now. Instead of doing that, make sure you really want it. Like you want to, like, um, So, for example, somebody I watch online who has kids, they're teaching them to do like allowance and stuff, and what they do with the kids with their allowance for payment, they say they want a certain toy when they're in the store. And she's like, okay. She's like, well, let's wait 7 days. I think it's 7 days. Could be 14 days. And she's like, and if you still want it, we can get it. And it works. They don't overspend that way because they forget about it. They forget that they wanted it. But the ones who really wanted it still want it. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. My Libra signs like, nice things. Or at least at home.
Yeah. I feel like you're very tedious about it. Like I feel like you want certain decor in certain places to make the aesthetic of the home look nice. Yeah, that feels good. Like your energy feels good about that. So I strongly feel that. And if you don't have to rush everything. Like get small things, small things make big improvements. A little bit at a time. Let's see, anything else from this deck for you? Or should we move on? Vehicle slash car. Do you know what direction you want to go in life? I think I said that already. Do you feel in control of your life plans? Do you represent the car model in your dream? Okay. I feel like the energy I'm getting off of this, I feel like you have goals. You know what you want and the direction you'd like to take for the most part, but you don't feel the control part of the plan. And I don't know if my love language also contributes because I love giving gifts. Yeah. My friend is a gift giver and my fiance is a gift giver too. And I'm like, it's sweet. And then other times, like, I'm like, I have no idea what to do with this. Like, I appreciate the gifts naturally, but part of me is like, this is too many, especially if I'm trying to like size down or something. So maybe if you are a gift giver, maybe think about which people love to receive the gifts the most out of others, if that makes sense. So that way it kind of leans out those like you can still do it on occasion kind of thing because you enjoy it, right? But some people might struggle with that, especially if it's too often. So saving them for only special occasions is easier than all the time, if that makes sense. When I when I got engaged and I was in Japan, my fiance gave me a gift every day. I was there for 3 weeks. And I think part of it was he was just kind of experimenting to see what I like and I don't like kind of thing. But he came back with at least one item every day. And I'm like, oh goodness. I was like, our house is gonna be filled with so much stuff. But anyway, yeah. Alright. Any other cards? Trinkets, yeah. Death. What parts of you or your habits need changing? How do you feel disconnected with yourself and others? Have you been neglecting your physical or emotional health? I feel like your emotional health's pretty good, but the physical health is standing out to me strongly. I feel like you're probably pushing that off and slacking in that area a little bit. Yeah. Showing me I feel like you don't like running, but they're showing me like jogging or something like it. Maybe endurance running, which isn't quite the same as like sprint running. I used to have exercise in my life. Okay. So it's, I think it needs to change. Oh, and then we have love. Your relationship with yourself and others need reassessing. Oh. Open up to love others by unblocking negativity. I almost feel like that phrase is not with you specifically. I feel like you have a very open heart with love. Embrace love without fear, make it unconditional. But I find it interesting that your relationship with love and others needs reassessing. And it feels guarded a little. Like I see this painting here and I feel like her heart is guarded. Almost like it almost feels like having a fight with a loved one and you don't really want to deal with them right now. If I had to put it in words, like it's not that you don't care, you just don't want to deal with it right now. And that's kind of the energy the card's giving me. I don't know if that resonates with you or not, but take what does resonate and leave the rest naturally. And let's see, bottom of the deck says landscape places. Are you comfortable in your environment? We mentioned environment, so that's interesting. Do you wish to explore new experiences and perspectives? I hear heck yes. Do you wish to escape from your present constraints? And that feels like it's not so bad, but it feels like you want to be more adventurous. I don't think I have a fight of this. I don't think I have a fight as of recent. It doesn't have to specifically be a fight. It's just the energy. It's a vibe that's coming off. It's the vibe of like I don't want to deal with this right now. Overall, more so than a fight specifically. And I don't know if that's you or somebody else, but it just feels like slight tension. This person or you care whatever this is, but it's an annoyance, I guess I should say. It's an annoyance. Yeah. What's next for you? Or so like they have a problem with me that I don't know of. Maybe. Maybe. If you have like a partner or something, or somebody you communicate with the most, maybe bring it up, be like, hey, anything going on? You know, it feels like it doesn't feel huge. It just feels like there's slight tension somewhere there. Or if it's not a person, it could be a situation specifically, like not being able to move out of your home into a bigger one kind of thing. Ooh, new beginnings. Relationship change. Oh, interesting. Okay. Right after we were talking about stuff. Hmm. So? Happy with yourself. Karmic completion. Oh. Alright, that's interesting because we were mentioning that I think it was with you. Maybe it was with the last reading, but I mentioned I think karmic cycles at some point during this reading. And or in general, I guess. Seems to be a theme today. Um New beginnings, relationship change, and karmic cycles. I'm hearing next steps. These are the next steps. I they're not really giving me details for this particular thing. I think you're only meant to see this by itself. And I feel like that's probably because some things we're not meant to know right away, especially spiritually. Some things we're not meant to know immediately. We have to wait and see what happens because our futures are always changing depending on the actions we take today. So like I could tell somebody that they're going to be, you know, they're going to witness an accident tomorrow at this location and somebody's going to have like I don't know, a speed chase. Um but that's only if they follow through with it. Now, let's say they're like, oh, I don't want to be involved with that, and they choose not to go, then obviously that future will never happen because they didn't choose that direction to go in. So I feel like this is something that's, just meant for you to acknowledge at this time, but not something to like worry about. Just kind of have like a keep in mind situation. New beginnings, relationship change, and karmic completion. It could also be relationship change with yourself and the challenge of switching it up. Bottom of the card says synchronicity. So you mentioned seeing signs of purple and blue. Um, Smudging seems to be a sign for you too. And there was one more I mentioned to you, but I forget at the moment. Yeah. It is purple too, yeah. I feel so karmic. It feels like something's gonna happen to you that's meant to happen. It doesn't have to be negative or anything, but in terms of a cycle, it's meant to happen. It will happen, and it's going to happen in order to help you grow or change in a way that's positive to you. I feel like you're. I feel like you're meant to grow more in the spiritual side of stuff, but um it requires change with within the energies. But we'll see. I feel like this is something that's like just saying heads up, but you'll have to just see how it goes. These are not oracle cards, these are calling cards, but I like to use them occasionally as oracle cards. And it's based on what you think. Well, I kind of read them differently depending on how they are laid out. But the structure of the cards is meant to help guide people into their career and the way they're struggling. Like, I will do this, I won't do that. And our karmic completions relationships. Because you have relationship change here, yeah, I would say so. But relationship is a very vague word. It could both mean romantic or platonic or self relationship or even relationship with specific things like animals, a situation. You know, it's a very vague word. Getting to the heart of matters. Okay, so I don't know if you said no fights or anything, but I mentioned feelings of this. You've got relationship change here. You've got getting to the heart of the matter. I feel like something has not been spoken about or talked about because it's too coincidental. Like we have synchronicity here, and there's three things kind of all together for that. Gosh, and it's being hidden as of now. What's being hidden? Exploring the way. I feel like that was poor timing. Sorry. I mean, not much is said for now. Yes, if you're, I feel like there's something unspoken right now, yeah. Giving care. And empowering others. Okay. Investigating things. Opening doors. Something that makes fixing things. Oh, interesting. Researching things. Instructing. Hmm. So blue is definitely communication. I just had. So just. So you've noticed synchronicities. You have them in here too. The relationship thing keeps coming up, karmic completion and stuff comes up, and I keep mentioning that blue is the throat chakra for communication, right? But I also said that I feel like something's being hidden as of now. It hasn't been spoken. And like I said, it's something to be open-minded about, calm, open-minded, right? But I also said something I don't want to deal with right now, or it's like an annoyance, right? And I find it interesting, the cards that played after this. It almost feels like a mistake that happened. And, like, I don't know, I guess not anxiety, but a little bit of nervousness to bring it up or something, maybe. Like, I don't know, let's say, for example, stocks went down and there was money loss or something. So, could be anything. I've been helping two friends go through their problems as of recent. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay. So we have getting to the heart of the matters, exploring the way, giving care, empowering others, investigating things, opening doors, fixing things, researching things, and instructing people. Okay, so you feel a lot of vibe with a good portion of these calling cards coming out. It sounds like. But I also find it interesting because I feel like this is very much related to the blues you've been finding, with which mean communication in terms of my personal interpretation. Um, so I find that fascinating. Therapy or coach, like being one, I don't know if you've been interested in doing that, but I feel like that might be something you could do if you ever think that you'd want to. Rocket, welcome back. How'd your studying go? I'm on Schweppies now, which is the second one in line, I think. I like listening to friends vent, I suppose. Yeah, okay. So I was gonna say, I feel strongly that if you wanted to, you could probably pursue a career in therapy. And people seem to open up to me easily. Yeah. And if therapy is not your vibe, coach, like a life coach could be a thing too, but that doesn't feel right with your energy. I feel like therapy or counseling, okay, counseling feels better. Counseling in general feels strongly like something you would enjoy. Your energy's like, I just love helping people. I like those who need help. Pretty good. I hope I can remember it for Sunday. I recommend Quizlet if you don't. Quizlet.com is a great study source. And you can play games to help you learn. Or at least back in the day it did. I don't know if it's changed. Okay. Alright. This comes up for you. I've been interested in psychology stuff. Oh, good. I feel strongly that that vibes with you well. It's funny because I almost pulled my my life purpose deck, but I didn't feel comfortable, like not comfortable, but I hesitated pulling the deck out. I was like, do I want this? Do I not want this? Do I want this? Do I not want this? I was like, I don't want this. So I think that could be why. I think your interests suit you well so far, and I think it would be a good career for you, especially because you enjoy it. I do think you'll hear, like, let's say you did pursue the career, you'll hear some stories that would be probably really hard for you, but, or like in general, like it'll just be really sad. But, if you do pursue this, Spirit wants you to know that, like, you are one of the people making a huge difference in the world, especially to the people who need it, and that's why they come to you. Especially now, like the way the world has been changing dramatically right now, it's it's needed, it's necessary. And they're telling me like finding depending on where you are, right? Finding things that are affordable for therapy is also a struggle for many people too, and it feels like it feels as if like you'd be that person who would work with the patient or client, whatever you would call them at the time, and you would make it work for them, which would be both a positive influence for you and the other person. Let's see. I- Part of me wants to be a content creator for good vibes. Oh, that's fun. I would do that. Well, like I would check it out. I love positive vibe content creation stuff. I was studying the run from a professional driver at the track. I'm gonna be driving on. Oh, fun! Wait, you have to study for that? I'm sorry, I'm ignorant to this. I'm trying to memorize his lines where he breaks throttles, things like that. That sounds fun. Well, for you, not for me. It sounds fun. Good vibes with positivity. I feel like Shrubby, I feel like you could do both of those, like together. Like I think you could make it into something that's heavily needed. Like they try to do the online therapy thing. You can't refer to yourself as a therapist if you don't have the certification for it. But you can call yourself, I think, a counselor without certification, and um because you're counseling people, or you can, I guess, refer to yourself as a coach, and you can tell them what you provide, and you can do content creation with both. And, you could spread a message. Like, it could even be a thing where, for example, let's say, let's say you wanted to do something where it's both, right? Let's say you offered like a therapeutic thing, like therapy in terms of counseling, and you wanted to do the positive vibes and good vibes and positivity. And let's say you asked this person ahead of time if you could use their story, or if you could do like something live, for example, and then you know how to navigate the positive and good vibes and spread a message of awareness at the same time. I probably just base it on experience to be safe. Yeah, yeah. Driving is fun. Get a fun car. Go on a road trip. Take it to a motorsport event. Make memories and meet new friends. Yeah, yeah. That so I know you. I know that's a good big hobby for you. For me, personally, I am not a road trip fan. I have motion sickness. It is a horrible time for me. I also don't like loud noises, so I can't stand it when people blast their music. And let's see, what else did you? motorsport event sounds interesting to me, though. I'd probably watch that. Making memories sounds fun. Making new friends sounds like socializing. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Memories are always fun, though. And it's best to live in a way where you enjoy the most. The things you like the most. Alright, let's continue shopping. I find it interesting. I played all the other decks first, and they're telling me to play the tarot last for you. That's fascinating. Oh no, my card is not enough to not hear music. Yeah. Is it smelly? I don't like exhaust fumes either. I think I had that previously. Oh, what the oracles and then the tarot? Really? Interesting. It's like it's reversing. It's going back in time. Maybe you have a message from your past that you don't remember. Ooh, King of Cups. Nice. Just the anime one. And the geographic one. Oh. Well, we got two tarot decks for you this time. We have anime and manga tarot this time for you. This is my anime. Ooh, Knight of Pentacles too. So we got King of Cups. You know, it's interesting because I see the sun the most. More so than the cups in this card. What is on his pants? What is that? Is Oh, it's a feather. Wow, I had a hard time identifying that. Um, Spirit knows my aesthetic. Yeah. Me too. I want to get a new deck, um, but I have money going everywhere else that I need right now, so it's definitely gonna wait before I can buy it. But it's like a yokai, Japanese yokai. I really want it. Okay, so we have King of Cups, Knight of Pentacles. Oh, she's got a feather on hers too. What's going on here? So synchronicity here, the feathers, and it's both on each leg. Interesting. It's really interesting. But speaking of Japanese, that's yen. That's the symbol for yen. Hmm. Jay, I found a white feather this evening too. Yeah, well, this card. Ooh, and then we have the Emperor. Ooh, you get a lot of major arcanas. So this card here, the King of Cups, I noticed something on his leg, and I'm like, what is that? I can't tell what that is. And I had to like really look down at it, and, and I was like, oh, it's shaped like a feather. Okay, it's a feather. All right, so we have King of Cups, Knight of Pentacles, Emperor. Okay. I want to play 5, so change. 5 represents change. 10 of Swords in reverse. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That is not 5. Which one's first? Good. Good. So 9 of Cups in reverse. And then Ace of Pentacles upright. Okay. That's interesting. Alright, so the feathers stood out the most. You got you got synchronicities for feathers. So that's a sign from like spirit and confirmation and whatnot for you, because that's one of the signs, that they send from spirit is feathers. And then I said I was drawn to the sun the most, almost like it almost felt like the sun card, which is like positive vibes. Oh, you mentioned positive vibes, but like the Sun card is like legit everything positive, right? And I find it interesting that and Cups is usually related to emotion, intuition, and feelings and all that, relationships, anything relating to the heart and emotion. And I find it interesting that he's facing to the left. It's like past stuff. I feel like I feel like this is confirmation to me too because this chair looks like that stereotypical like therapy chair to me, like the couch you lie down on, or you know the old French movies where you swoon on them kind of thing. But I find that interesting, and I see the face of the King of Cups as very focused and listening very well. And then the Knight of Pentacles, I see the pentacle here, and it's facing the Knight of the King of Cups, and the direction it's facing, plus the feather. I feel like that's a sign and path for that direction, and I feel like it's a lucrative job or business or career path to go on if you choose to. And then the Emperor, I see the in control. I see the smug smirk here, and I feel like the big boss in this image here for this one. And the crown, I see the crown. So basically, everything, success and fluctuation all getting together is how I view that. And like confidence in what I'm doing is how I feel this too. Then the Ten of Swords is like there's way less burden now for you. Like all the burdens are falling down and taken away. I think this is a lot of mental burden because of the swords, and the swords is related to logic and mind the most. And then the Nine of Cups is calling you out about your decision of what you want to do. Because Nine of Cups, well, I might read from the book for that one too, actually. I might read from the book from that one. But the way I was interpreting it though, the Nine of Cups is like the multiple choices of wishes you could choose from and picking any. But the reverse, I think, is like calling out again based on before like deciding the career path you want to go on or deciding, just the wishes you have in life strongly. Um, but I think maybe some of that has clarity as well, and that's why the reverse has also played. I think it's like I'm starting to see the pattern more now. And you've noticed synchronicities in other places. So try to pay more attention to more specific synchronicities. Like if you hear a phrase more than once too many times, it's usually a sign. Or if you noticed a certain action or particular theme between movies, kind of thing. You'd be like, oh, that's interesting. And then you watch another movie and it had a similar, like, context, and you're like, oh, all right. And, some people will say that's algorithm, but, like, they're telling me to talk about movies. So, movies I pick, right? I'll pick one, I'll really enjoy it, and certain things will stand out to me. It's almost as if I'm getting advice or reading from the movie itself, right? And then I'll be like, okay, I'm done. And then couple days later, I will also pick another movie, and then another movie. It's not the same. I had a different vibe. Let's say I went from action to comedy, and then the comedy told me something almost the same as the other one, and it stood out to me again. So that's a synchronicity message you should pay attention to as well. And then the Ace of Pentacles makes me feel like it's a new beginning, a new journey for you. Hi, Kakamu. You're next. I'm almost done with Shweppy, so I'll be starting yours soon. Hey. So the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Pentacles feels like a new beginning, like new start, new financial direction is kind of something I'm feeling as well. That's probably why my purples comes out a lot. Oh, did I miss a message?
get lots of synchronicities, but I get confused. What do they mean? Oh, see, I know what you mean. Scam. I know what you mean. I've had those moments myself. I'm like, I see it, but I don't understand. That's okay. Um, just acknowledge it to start, and it might become clearer later on. Be like, okay, I see this a lot, and you can just say it out loud or talk about it too. You'd be like, or if you're a journalist or anything, you'd be like, okay, I've seen these synchronicities a lot, but I have no idea what it means. And then you'd be like, I'm starting to notice a pattern more, and be like, okay, this pattern's leading me to this direction, and eventually it'll lead you to the direction you want to go in. To me, colors represent chakras. So for me, I associate color specifically with chakras, unless it makes me think of a particular person or passed on loved one, or even a living relative where, um, for example, purple, my older sister, it's her favorite color. And let's say I was just thinking about something suddenly and a giant purple truck drove by my face. I'd be like, oh, I should probably reach out and find out if something's going on, something like that. Like it could lead to anything. The colors, whatever the colors mean to me, the colors most of the time represent chakras because I study chakras. But it could also mean anything else. Like if you're a crystal fan, it could mean different meanings based on the crystals. If you're in like art like relativity and stuff, like the colors in art classes represent certain themes and meanings behind it. It could be any of those depending on what you vibe with the most. If you don't like those synchronicities, you can ask for more specific ones. Be like, okay, tell me what purple means if you want me to understand purple, and then maybe you'll notice a new pattern with that instead. All right, last deck for you, Schwappy. Let's see what comes from the manga tarot this time. I didn't know I can ask directly. Yeah, you can ask for signs directly. So like if you want specific signs for specific things, you can say it. So like for me, right? Okay, so for me, no offense to anybody who smokes, but like I strongly despise smoking and being around. Well, I don't smoke, but I despise being around it. Like, and it's no offense to anybody who does. I just find it gross. I don't want it in my lungs. I've got asthma and so on. But anyway, my point is, my father, one of his signs when he passed away was he when you're a spirit, right, you find things that your family will recognize you with. And when he came to me one of the first few times, all I could smell was smoke. Like I have certain scents that remind me of what he used to do. And mind you, I'm live in like a smoke-free house. I cooked like cookies that day or something, and I had a nice candle, like sweet scented candle lit, and all I could smell was cigarette smoke. That was it. And I was like, oh no, not in my house. Get out. And I told my father's spirit to get out. But ever since then, I've never smelled it again. And it humored me because my younger sister, she had the same experience, and she reacted the same way I did. And then my older sister ended up having the same experience again, and she just didn't know what was going on, but she smelled it, and so did her husband. And I thought that was so interesting. But so in terms of the point I'm making, like I don't like that. Like I associate it with him because of that reason, but I don't like it around me at all. It puts me in a sour mood. So I told him, I was like, find other signs for me. Like
your quarters, for example. Like some people might do like the lucky penny thing or something, but my dad was a coin collector, so it's easier for me to associate him with quarters. So if I find a quarter on the ground, I think it's him sending some my way or something, or just visiting. And then, things that remind me of him specifically, like his name, the place he worked at, patterns. He was had a mental illness of paranoid schizophrenia, so seeing people who have similar mental illness to that reminds me of him too, or even people who look like him, like as if a twin. So like I specifically asked for certain signs that way. And you can do that not just from past on loved ones. You can do it with other things too. Like you can ask for specific signs like, okay, I want to, well, this is a silly example, but let's say you see commercials a lot. You're like, I don't know what I want for dinner. You should show me on a commercial. And then you see like 5 commercials in a row about eating salad, something like that. Ouch, JK, I just vape now. It's not that it's better though. It's okay, right? Like I said, it's nothing against people who do it. Like, but I myself, I don't want to be around it at all. And it's not good for my asthma anyway, and it hurts. It hurts my lungs, and then I don't like the smell on top of that. Vape Vaping isn't great, but it's more manageable to me. Like I can deal with the vaping more than I can deal with the cigarettes. Cigars, nope. I would never be in one of those bars. But yeah, okay. So let's see what comes out for the last part of your reading, Schweppy, for this tarot. Oh yeah, I told you I was gonna read from the book. I'll read from the book right now, real quick, actually, before I shuffle that. Just for this one, Nine of Cups in reverse. Nine of Cups in reverse. Okay. Reverse attributes are self-doubt, delayed gratification. That's interesting because we started your reading with gratitude strongly. When reversed, the Nine of Cups signifies that you might be feeling undeserving of your joy, but brush those feelings aside. You do deserve to celebrate and to be happy. The Nine of Cups reversed can also warn that your satisfaction is a bit delayed. If that's the case, keep holding on. Your wish come true is right around the corner. Just persevere and believe. What are you doing? Oh, you you just want to cuddle, okay? I have the my comforter on my legs because I'm easily cold, and the dog came to me and I thought maybe he needed to go outdoors for a minute, but he's making a little nest under my legs with the blanket. Self-sabotage is real. It really is. All right, I already did that one. Do this. Okay. Let's see what the manga tarot has to say for you. I feel like this is gonna be like your advice. Ooh, the chariots. Love the design of this card. Look at how pretty these cards are. Love you so much. Is that focusing on? Really not very well. So nice. Chariot. Chariot obviously represents movement. One to be reckoned with. This tells me movement going forward. Chariot also basically like plows through everything in the way. And then we have the Nine of Coins. No, I see peace in this, the gratitude. I also see the chickadee really well in this card. Like I'm very drawn to the bird. Listen to the chickadees chirping in the morning. Queen of Wands in reverse. Three of Pentacles in reverse. I feel like plans need adjusting. Like the dreams and the plans together, there's no strategy involved, and there should be. I feel like there should be some strategy attached to it. And I'm very drawn to this guy in this card here. The focus, very focused on you. There's a hyper focus on you somewhere. Not sure how to interpret that. But he's like the thinking one. Upside down, though, he looks like he's paying all attention on you. Attention. You overthink your spiritual side too much. I feel like I don't feel like it's you. I feel like it's another person. Maybe somebody keeping an eye on you, like in terms of just checking in. I'm not sure. It's whatever this person is, very focused. Very focused. Maybe like focused on everything you say. Don't know the world in reverse. That's interesting. Okay. It just means the story hasn't completed yet. So I feel you're on a journey, movement forward. This feels like peace. And I mentioned the chickies. I also see, I don't know what these are. They look like grapes. They look like grapes. It feels in control, but this feels like it needs more strategy and work towards it. The moon, the spiritual side, there's too much mental chatter. They're telling me to say, like, you don't have to overthink that so much. And I'm drawn to the lobster for some reason. I don't know if you have an affinity with the ocean or not, but that's coming up. I want to know if it's neutral, honestly. If you ever played like the D&D game, it's neither good or bad, it's just neutral. Just like it's the thinking man. It's focused, the thinking man. Good listening, good listener. Stuff like that. And then the world in reverse just tells me that the story had the chapter hasn't closed yet, the story hasn't ended. And I see this red ribbon strongly, and I see it as the red ribbon of fate. Drawn to the third eye here. So, and the crown, you have another crown in this one. So crown keeps showing up. You know, regal vibes. I think, where is it? Yeah, it's the possession. So yeah, I feel like your energy likes regal like vibes. Yeah, like the materialistic stuff. That's very very much materialistic. Crown is a materialistic item of wealth. Look good, you feel good. It's the vibes. Do you have any other questions? Do you feel like it resonated, etc., etc.? good. I just need to focus on gratitude. Yeah, and let things unfold the way they should. Like, don't feel so much need to get it done. Calmu, you are next. Are you still in? I think Rocket's next up. You're welcome. Okay. So I'm going to pack up these cards from this reading by myself. And I'm going to take the opportunity right before I start your reading to let the dog out because I'm dog sitting right now. And it's been a little while. I think he might need to, do his business. And then we'll go from there. But while I'm doing that, did you want a general reading or did you have a specific question? Most of the time, my readings end up being general anyway. Since you're new to follow, I don't sugarcoat anything. I tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. And so on. I wanted to ask something. Okay, so feel free to ask. And my readings do tend to be in depth, so they do take a little while depending on the person. If the person doesn't really need much of a reading, then they're usually the shortest. I want to know what's going on with the person I'm interested in, please. Going on in what way? You mean in terms of interest towards you because you're interested, or do you mean in general, or do you mean out of concern? Yeah, to which one? All of, like how they feel about me, what's going on. Okay. Alright. Opportunity for me to stretch too. Okay. So I'm almost done packing up the cards so I can pick your decks. I'll pick your decks before I do everything. Any messages, what they say to me. I'm not very good with very specific things, but I can give you general readings towards it. The only requirement for readings is you must be open-minded to the messages. So, um, yeah. So take what resonates with you and leave the rest depending on, how the message goes. Correct. Hey, welcome in. Brain lag. FPS. That's funny. I like your username. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Okay, I'm gonna pick your decks real quick, and then for those who are watching, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll put a be right back scene on once I start.
So, this one. Do. Hello, yes. Okay, okay. I'm coming. I'm coming. All right. Let me just figure this out real quick. I'm coming. Please wait. This on. Um, yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. I shall be back, everybody. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting, everybody. And I was right. He definitely needed to go out. Okay. So, let's see. Let's start your reading, Cacao. Trying to do this one first. So let's do that one first. Again, hello. Hello to you too. Welcome in. Are you a first timer? I don't remember. No, you must not be, because chat usually tells me if you're first. Wait, oh. You are a first timer. Aha. I found it. Okay. Yes, you. Your first time chat. All right. So, for those who don't know, most of the time I do my own interpretation of the tarot, but sometimes I do refer to the book if needed. I am New Human. Welcome, New Human. Fresh off the line of experimentation with aliens. If you hear me mumbling Japanese, I am. Because I'm reading it. My fiance is texting me. All right. So let's see. You are interested in knowing what your romantic interests feels about you, or any messages. Or any messages in general, I think is what you're saying. Okay. So let's try to start with your question first. We'll see what comes up. I don't, you know, they've been more romantic tarots coming lately. I feel like Spirit's trying to force me to do it because normally I don't usually do romance readings. I usually do like healing readings for the heart or like advice or guidance and so on. But they've been coming through more lately. So I'm gonna try my best to answer your question. Like I said, take what resonates with you and leave the rest. Um, and we'll go from there. From them. Well, if it's a person of interest to you for messages based on what they think of you, that's a message that would come through. But in terms of what they have for messages for you, if you guys aren't entwined, it doesn't make sense for that to happen. It's like going up to a stranger and saying, "What advice can you give me?" And they're gonna be like, "On what? I don't even know you." You know, so it's the same vibe. That whether it's physical or energetic, it's the same. All right. Person of interest to move. Feelings. It's this way. I have a hard time feeling energy of this person of interest so far. I'm not sure. Is your person of interest male or just, in general, a person, like an in general person of interest? Oh, thanks for joining. You'll be after Rocket. I do long readings. For those who don't know, it can take easily up to 45 minutes to an hour per person, so mentally prepare yourself. Not sure their gender. Oh, interesting. So you have a person of interest to,
Do you mean like in terms of identification? I guess I started that. I confused everyone. Well, that would make sense too. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say because I was like I can't tell if it's. I was having a hard time picking up energy, and then I was like, is it male? I was like, but I can't tell. I was like, it might just be a person of interest in general because of the LGBTQ side. So I wasn't sure. Okay. Any others from this deck? Any others from this deck? Okay, that's a no. So it feels like they're keeping it simple. Hmm. Six of Cups, the Devil, and Eight of Pentacles. Interesting. I see this Six of Cups as you being the person showing the interest. The Devil is confined restraints and being stuck. It also relates to addiction and bad habits as well. I see the fire in the devil's hand, and it looks like it's about to burn his bum. So I don't really know if that's gonna affect anything in a way that's good or bad, but either way, it's energy that's stuck there. Like and that would be so like typically in a 3 card layout, it represents past, present, future. Um, but in this particular situation, in terms of asking about how this person of interest feels about you, it's more intertwined that way. Like this, it feels as if this is you and this is them and this is you guys trying to get together, if that makes sense. So like, um, or in terms of connection, you know. So Six of Pentacles I see as you. You're showing the interest to the other person. And then this is the Eight of Pentacles, and it's focused on work and hard work only. Like the vision's not even looking at you; they're looking towards that direction, the other direction. Like there's the this person, you know. I don't know if you communicate with them or not about anything, but it's almost as if like they haven't really given a second thought because it's not really something that's been brought to their attention, if that makes sense. It's like it's you know, you have interest in them, but they don't know that kind of energy is what I see. And this is, you know, I see the chains around the neck here, right? And I see it very disconnected as well. All right. Bottom of the deck is Three of Pentacles. There's no structured plan. And top of the deck is the Five of Cups in reverse, and it's saying to pay attention to those who have support with your have your back and support. The Lovers. Okay. So we have the Lovers. But I see the snake on Eve's on the tree that tricks Eve, because this is clearly themed with Adam and Eve, and I see the snake here. So yeah, it's saying like it's not something that's been brought to mind. Like it, you know, like if you haven't reached out or talked about it in general, it's not even something they've really considered. And it feels like they're a very focused person. Like they focus on tasks more so than like they focus on the tasks and stuff they need to get done more so than focusing on what ifs in terms of like potential relationships or futures that way. So, um, yeah. And I see the snake here. So it also and I see the flames in the tree. So I feel like and I was drawn to the flames of the stick here too. A burning flame, I guess, maybe that could be you in terms of this. Or it could be I had a reading earlier and I mentioned the phrase slow burn. So it could be related to that too if you tried to go for it. Because I feel like part of you is asking in terms of the reading because you don't know how they would react if you did try to express your feelings or interests of them. Let's see. Let's see, what else? Ad starts in less than 2 minutes, everybody. Divorce, experiencing a breakup. Oh, interesting. Okay. Do you know if they've had any previous relationships or recent ones? Vacation, you will be traveling soon. Pregnancy, someone is expecting. Ooh. I feel like that goes hand in hand with this build up card. Interesting. Any others? Earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. I like these. So, challenges, make a decision, work on inner healing. Liar. Be careful if someone's sneaky. I don't see it as I just don't see it happening if I'm being honeymoon phase. So I have vacation for the positive sides of this stuff. I have vacation, pregnancy, bottom of the deck says honeymoon phase, attending someone's wedding. Someone is expecting and you'll be traveling soon for vacation, but in terms of the other stuff, I have divorce, experiencing a breakup, earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, challenges, making a decision, work on inner healing, and liar, be careful if someone's sneaky. Are you looking at the right person? It's this tangled soul thing. Sometimes people find it hard to separate who's. You said it's the person of your interest. So that's who the reading's on. I don't know this person. I don't know them personally, but you know this person. But if you're in a love triangle, then it could be mixed messages. But it's definitely split here and here. A little. Okay. Does Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn mean anything to you? Love triangle. It's an understatement. Oh no. Oh, buddy. Don't think it. Oh, there's signs. I I find I find your question very unusual because you have a person of interest, but you don't know their sign and you're in a love triangle, but you also haven't just you don't know their identity either. It feels very strange. Like the situation is confusing.
Because typically, if you're of interest to a person, you know more about them. Ah, okay. That makes more sense to me. I met them briefly. Hmm. It feels like a love at first sight thing, but it's not happened yet. Ah, okay. So these are, I see. So that could be the honeymoon phase. So it feels, it still feels weird. Like the reading coming through, it doesn't feel right. Like it doesn't feel like a match. It just doesn't. I feel like things would come out more strongly for you if it was. But I have another tarot deck. We'll see what comes out for you. Mm. Your meeting briefly wasn't a fling, was it? Because, that's that maybe get checked. So, um no, okay, okay. I was gonna say, because pregnancy definitely came out, and I'm like, I also feel very drawn to this liar card, and I think it stands out strongly for some reason without being able to give much details on the situation. But it's giving me energy of somebody who's very charismatic, almost suave, in a way where they can convince themselves of a situation that isn't accurate. They want me to say narcissist, but it doesn't feel like the right word to use. It just feels like a very highly charismatic person, and it almost as if like they speak as if they know what they're saying, but even though they're speaking in a way they know what they're saying, it's not really what it actually is, which would follow along with this liar card here. I'm drawn to the challenges and the pregnancy card together, and this divorce speak together. I feel like these are all also uh, connected. Masking? Yeah, masking. Putting on a face. Let's see what else comes up for you. See what else comes up for you. Oh, my back. My back. What? 7 of coins and in reverse. I see the flames again. The flames, flames, lots of flames. And they always, it's flames of destruction. The wheel of fortune is down. Fortune is not in favor. 9 of cups is in reverse as well. Yeah. There's multiple cards just saying that just no. Strength in reverse. Difficulties. And the chariot movement, too much focus on this particular scenario. So, yeah, I, in the least offensive way possible, I don't really think they've had like thoughts towards anything specific in terms of interest in a relationship.
I also think they have too much going on, and I don't see this being a fruitful thing. Like, I don't see this coming to fruition at all. I wouldn't hyper focus on it. I would focus on yourself more, or moving towards something else, and if it comes up later on, that's your decision, but as of this time, I wouldn't suggest even trying, honestly. To this particular person. They're showing me, I don't know if you do like dating apps or anything, but they're showing me somebody who explores options or should explore options. I can play these cards, these next decks for you as advice for you, but before I do you have any other questions? Or anything specific you'd like? Yeah, I had dating apps. Okay. Is that related to your complicated love triangle-ish situation? You said it was an understatement, so. Like, do you have anything else you would want to get a reading on, is what I mean. You can still ask your question if you have one you already started typing, but. Yeah, well, I was kind of thinking about someone I met from a dating app. I hope they didn't blur it together. So you yourself had more than one person of interest, is that what you mean? Because if that's the case, they could have. Because that wouldn't be specific enough and the reading would combine them both. Yeah. Okay. Well, what I can do is I can replay some like tarot cards for you and I can structure it in a row. You can identify the top row as one person and the bottom row as the other person since you have two of interest. Or is it more than that? If it's more than that, let me know because I'll do it based on rows. That sounds great. Okay, okay. All right, let me get situated. I'm going to keep the same decks I used for you, but I'm going to replay them in rows for you. So keep that inside for now. All right. Okay, that must be why you had the double center stuck in the middle. Okay. All right. Let's split these up a little. It's 4 people total. Pro I'm probably interested. I'm properly interested. One I'm curious about, and the other two are kind of jerks, but they might still be in my field. If they're jerks, then I wouldn't even give them the time of day. Why would you want to do that to yourself? I mean, if you're a masochist, it's okay, but like, don't even waste time, man. I mean, they might creep in. Oh, okay. If you're trying to separate. Oh, let's focus on the two you actually like and are interested in. I would prefer to stick to those, I think. We'll do row 1 and 2. You can associate which row is who. And make sure they stay as those rows, though. Don't mix them up. All right. I wouldn't even. I'm not even gonna get any energy for those other two you mentioned. Hi, Rocket. Welcome back. We're doing a recap of Cacao Moo's reading. But you're next, I think. I think you're next in line. Two interests. Row 1 and row 2. Interest 1 and interest 2. Thoughts and directions towards back. Hey, we're done. Yeah, I'm still in Cacao's. We did one and then we've discovered a mishap. So alright. Row 1 for interest 1. Thoughts, feelings towards. Hi, and oh, hi, Rocket. Hi, Dragon Wolfvin 1117. Welcome in. Welcome in. And a few first time chatters today. I'm excited. So I feel energetically the need to play 4. 4 represents stability and foundation, okay? So I'm going to play 4 for the bottom row now as well. Doing not bad. And readings free? Yes, all my readings are free. There is a catch. The price you have to pay is to watch for a long time or come back later because my readings tend to go long. I usually do in-depth readings. I don't sugarcoat anything, and I will tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. Ah, okay. Yeah. So, hold on. I don't have any. Oh wait, I do have a. Well, I do have a mod, but I can just bring this up. Let's see who's in my list. We have Cacao Moo that I'm doing right now. Rocket is next, and then Brain Lag is after that. But you're welcome to join. I haven't closed the queue yet, so if you're interested, that's not a problem. Is that? Oh, where's that from? That looks so familiar. I almost want to say El Dorado, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing like that in El Dorado. Okay, anyway, focus. All right. So, interest number 2. Row 2 for interest 2 for Cacao. Move. Row 2 for interest 2. Move. 3 a.m. Dragon Movement. It's a very detailed reading. Yeah, it depends on the person. Right now it's Cacao Moo. Right now the reading is for Cacao Moo. Row 2 for interest 2 for Rhyming, that's fun. Rhyming's fun. I usually don't. I actually, when I write poetry, I usually don't rhyme in poetry. To do this. Interesting. Okay, so row 2, I felt the need to place 5 cards. 5 in numerology represents change. Ad starts in less than 2 minutes for those who are going into ads. If you go into ads while I'm in your reading, just let me know. I will wait till you're back to continue. Okay, interest 1. Many opportunities, options, and availability. Ooh, the world makes me think of adventures. I'm also drawn to the bald eagle. It makes me think of pride. And it shows connecting interests together. Because I see this, the world, the woman in the world looking at the man in the 7 of Cups. And then Page of Cups. Ooh, okay. Page of Cups is also looking in the same direction. So I would say whoever you have for interest number 1 is showing the same interest back. Cups options. So you have a lot of cups here. Cups is representative of emotional and connection and relationships. All right. I see two looking towards the same person and then one thinking man here. Often, decisions. I see potential in connection number one, whoever you had for this one. Interest number one is row number one for you. And I placed four. So I see potential, I see room for growth, and I see connection, definitely mutual interest. It feels fun. It feels like it's playful and fun, but also it feels like can't tell when the next time to chat is a good time to chat. It almost feels like there's a little bit of uh need for tug or pull in there, as if like the connection's there, but it's as if it's not fully formed yet, I guess I should say. So I see that for interest number one so far. Do you want me to play more based on interest one before I go into interest two? C2 first, please. Okay, we can do that, no problem. All right, let's do two. Okay, Seven of Swords in reverse. So Seven of Swords usually represents, you know, are you in ads? It says my ads have started. No, okay. So I'll keep going then. Let me know if you go into ads. So Seven of Swords usually represents thief, stealing, theft, deceit, cheating, and lying. It is in reverse, but it's looking back, so I would associate this with a bad habit and a bad past of that, which kind of coincides with that devil card that I placed the first time we did this, that was all mixed together. Then we have Temperance in reverse. Temperance in reverse. Temperance represents balance, similar to the Justice card, but making equal portions and equal balance. It's in reverse, and it's a cup card, so I don't see that. I see it colliding too much. Oh, and then we have the Tower. The Tower is inevitable. It is something in chaos and destruction, or some, they're telling me to say bad luck. It will happen with this person. Financial misfortune and and marriage. Interesting. I two is sus. Okay, two is too sus. And I'm highly uncomfortable with this celebration and wedding card showing up after all of this together. Like, it shows an incredible amount of hardship, no balance or equilibrium at all. It shows financial difficulty, struggle, and strife and challenges along the way. But it almost, it's funny because I mentioned four here, and these are the four pillars right here. And technically, most people associate marriage with foundation and structure and so on. And if this person, this could mean two things. Like, it could lead to a way where, like, you could marry this person, but it's not a journey I would suggest. And or two, this person's already married. Okay, and that could be that divorce card that played the first time as well. So far between the two, in my personal opinion, one is the first interest is much better. Do you want me to play on any others? Like, do you want me to play more on one or more on two, or play a general reading on you? It's confusing for me because of the situation. Which row is which person I know in real life? What do you mean? I told you to confirm. I told you in the beginning of your reading that have interest one as the top row and interest two as the bottom row and keeping them there. That prevents confusion. I want the one who likes me back to be the one I like. That's not how it works. If the person you like is the one in row two, they could pretend to like you back, but it doesn't mean that it's genuine. I did say them in order in my head. Okay, in your head, the order you have them is the way it's structured. That's the way that I played the rows for your tarot. What you had for the first row for that person is that person, and second row is the other person. It's separated by this line here. This strong change, this is foundational. But there's a tiny bit of disconnect, but there's same interest there. This has a whole bunch of chaos. It's just chaotic. It's very chaotic. And you know, the previous part, like when we originally started your reading, you know, there was divorce, there was pregnancy, there was liar, there was a couple other things as well. So let's see what comes up for each with this next deck, since we played that the first time too. Just want to move this. All right, row one, interest one, water sign. Oh, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Water sign is very emotional beings. They're very connected romantically. Intimacy, sexual chemistry, and reminiscing. Oh, why is it so romantic? It seems like the second row was getting in the way at the start when I was asking about the first one only. I don't want to ask you about the second one anymore. I think it was interference. Okay. I just want to know about the first row. Okay. So we'll keep this guy down here and we'll just focus on this one. So far we got water sign, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. I said that water signs are very emotional and they're very like romantic beings that way, you know, they're sensitive and everything. And intimacy, sexual chemistry, reminiscing. That feels good. That feels really cute. Really cute romance. That's funny. So this says someone else, someone is in the middle of someone is trying to sabotage this, and you just told me to ignore this row because you felt like it was interfering. So you think they do like me back? I think there's potential for growth. I said that when I originally did the reading. If you ever need to look back on this reading, I post VODs on YouTube, so you can always return to it too, so you can watch it again. Then we have Earth sign. So you got Earth sign coming up again this time. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. So I wonder if that's related to the foundational part with the 4. And they're also related to material things. They can be stubborn as well. Open up your heart. It will help you attract more love. Oh, okay, okay. Caution, find out more information. Don't work yourself. So this is saying to open. I feel like these two here are messages for you specifically. It's saying open up your heart more. Like you're being cautious because you're guarding your heart. And you know, there's nothing wrong with that. I feel like it was important for you to do that, especially if you did like dating apps and online dating. But like stay open-hearted to the situation. And this says find out more information. So when I played the tarot the first time, I said like I see potential for growth. I see it as being good. Like and I feel like it has potential to get close as well. Um, but like I also felt like a small disconnect. I said it's like a tug and pull thing. Like it feels like it needs just a little bit more, and I feel like this is the part that needs more is to find out more information. Just to figure out what you want. They'll be back. Expect to hear from them soon. So this makes, this is messaging, receiving a message sometime soon. Hopefully is one of the literal messages of it, but I kind of see this as a message of I feel like this is saying like they will listen to you, like they're a good listener. Yes, luck is on your side. And Guardian, a lost loved one, watches over you. Oh, that's so cute. Now this is the first. I feel like this is the first time I've played this deck where I feel like everything flowed nicely. It feels like the first time I've actually connected well with this deck. It's one of my newer ones, so every now and then, but I finally feel like it's pieced itself together, and it's such a good message too. So I strongly vote for number one. One is the winner. Okay, so I've played that, played that. Let me play this. Right, more on interest number one. More on interest number one. So, the also with the open up your heart. So you asked, so you think they like me back. But you yourself were also guarded and were looking for guidance on it. This person could be the same for you. Like they could also have a partially guarded heart. Do you think they can see why they haven't gotten in touch yet? Or guidance or insights from me about it in general? I feel like in the dark about it. Why they haven't met? You mean in terms of messaging you back? The word they're telling me is distraction. They're just easily distracted. Send out a message yourself. Or have you sent a lot of them? You know, I am a believer in things happen for a reason, and if it's meant to be, it will be, is how I view things. Ten of Swords, okay. Okay, so that goes with the challenge card. I feel like that Ten of Swords is your energy. Now we have Ten of Wands, so we got 10 and 10. I see those flowers as if they're fairies. Flowers, but they look like fairies too. King of Wands. You can't send them a message? Well, you're in a very interesting situation. Three of Swords. Okay, okay. No. Well, how would you communicate with them? Two of Swords. Guarded heart. Heart related again. Just it's difficult for you, as in like you yourself energetically in terms of decision making can't send the first message. Four of Swords. These cards are playing you. have their number. They have mom. Like, did they have you blocked? That's the question I would ask. So you okay, so it's like a meetup. You gave them your number, but you never asked for theirs. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Are they local to you? Like it's somebody you see often? Not anymore. So they moved. So first 10 is oh, you moved. I didn't see them again anyway. Okay. Well, what's that? It stays the same then. If it's meant to be, it will be. But you know, if you don't see it as something that will return, then I would just leave it be. You know, let it be. Focus instead of focusing on the past, focus on the now and moving forward. So first, I'm gonna say I feel like this setup of these tarots are you. I feel like this is your journey and your story here. Okay. Second, 10 is highly significant. Okay, we have 10 of swords, 10 of wands, and I placed 10 cards here. Okay. Now, take what resonates with you and leave the rest. I one word I want to say is trauma. I feel like there's a lot of trauma. Um, I feel fear. Yeah, trauma, fear. I feel like my life was taken away from me and not in my control at all in the beginning. I felt like I fought many mental challenges. I keep my heart guarded now, but I want to be open to more. Thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome. Um, yeah. So, where was it? Mental challenges. I guard my heart now. You know, I see, I hear the phrase a scary man because I see the shadow and I have fear. And then I see the child here and I think maybe it represents childhood. But I also see this card and it almost makes me feel really uncomfortable. The Four of Wands is a celebratory card and like weddings and celebrations is usually what it signifies and I almost see like a marriage and I see like a mother and father or guardian figures and I feel highly uncomfortable at this connection and engagement. It feels as if like I I hear it strongly in my heart and my gut and my throat and I don't like this man. Like I feel that strongly. And the High Priestess in reverse and the Five of Swords upright make me feel like I wasn't heard or listened to. And it also makes me feel like I felt very alone in a way where I couldn't connect with anybody. It feels so heavy. Such a heavy burden. Uh, mm. I see two of the coins here as like little twinkle stars, looking bright, opportunities and potential.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
I don't. I did mention childhood. I don't know if you're in the I don't know if you're an adult or if you're like in early adulthood and late teens or living in this situation, but I hope you're safe. And I hope you do get counseling or help for the situation you've had or been in. I don't want to I feel like I've called a lot of this situation up into your reading and I see it here. Um, I don't want to put any of your stuff online in a way that makes you uncomfortable. So I'll keep it vague at that for you. Um, but like I said, first, I hope you're safe. There's options if you aren't. And two, in terms of past stuff, I do hope you have professional assistance in terms of talking about it, talking through it, and counseling. I'm gonna move on to your advice cards for you and see what comes up. All right. Stepping into power, you are strong beyond measure. You are strong beyond measure. Choosing your path, all is possible. The way they're standing in these cards make me think you reflect back to your past often, and that's kind of controlling your life. I feel like you don't really want to stay there. It feels as if you repeat it over and over again, and you should know you have the right and opportunity to move on. Let's see what else we got here. Grounding, go deep and explore your roots. I like the colors, and it almost looks like it's a picture connecting together. It makes, it feels cute. It feels like your heart really is really looking for a real connected romance. Like, I feel like you genuinely want that. You want a deep romantic connection. Um, they're that your spiritual self is telling me you want to find that person who can ground you and keep you grounded. And if you have moments, moments that come up that you're not your real self, you want them to be able to understand you for you. And I strongly feel that with these two cards. And I like how the tree and the colors of the tree almost connect into this as a whole picture. Overcoming obstacles. You can overcome anything. Bracing enthusiasm. Shout to the heavens with happiness. Start by saying that you love yourself. Loving yourself will help bring the love you're looking for in towards you. Solitude and silence, peace prevails. Silence, peace prevails. Traveling lightly, simplify your life. Top of the deck. Oh, it's upstairs. Top of the deck says, wise leader, you are a beacon for others. You are a beacon for others. I feel like these three are kind of just emphasizing, being an inspiration to other people. Start by exploring who you are. What parts about you do you love? If your answer to that is none, then find reasons. Find reasons about yourself that you love. And once you do, when you bring more of that towards you, that's when you'll find the love you're looking for. Now we're going to go into the last deck. And this will also be advice to you. And these will be your final messages, Cacao. I feel an overwhelming energy of release and like wanting to cry. Ideal partnership. I am a rare and precious find, and my brilliance will be reflected back to me when I'm paired with a true match. And that goes hand in hand with what I said for this one. My ideal partnership and working relationship are easy and free flowing. I deserve greatness because I am greatness. And to paraphrase Rumi, what I'm looking for is also looking for me. In fact, he or she might be paraphrasing Rumi right now. Clarity. Stopping to listen to my inner self, I can easily separate my intuition from my mental chatter. The clarity of my intuition is a sweet, simple fruit that tastes familiar, and the mental chatter is confusing, bitter rind, and I shall peel it off and chuck it into the garbage, or compost heap if your mental chatter happens to be organic. Be the change you want to see in others. Be the change you want to see in others. Inspiration. Oh, I mentioned inspiration. I like when they coincided with each other. There is a voice of inspiration within me. Right now, it's only a whisper, but the more I listen, the louder I will get. Soon, it will be a flawless speech voiced by James Earl Jones through a megaphone with lots of applause. Communication. Wonder how that other person's feeling? Ask them. Wish they knew how you were feeling? Tell them. You've been drafted into the communication army where there is a strict do ask, do tell policy. Speak with kindness and gentleness and reach an understanding. If you don't, assumptions will just make butts out of everyone, including the person who came up with that problem. Divine timing. Everything is timing, and timing is everything. Gladly, I release my concern over timing and let things happen when and as they will. That matches with what I said before. If it's supposed to be, it will be. Okay. I trust that the divine schedule makers know what they're doing. It can take a long time to reach divine middle management. And last card for you, Cacao. Abundance. Oh, so cute. I really like your reading. Now that we situated it properly, it feels good and it's really cute. It feels like you are meant to have like the sweetest and cutest romantic story. Abundance. Congratulations. It seems you are due for a little crossed out an infinity big piece of abundance pie. Feel like you don't deserve it? Knock it off. It's already plated and ready to hit your table. Reluctant to take it? Shut your hole. Abundance pie is big enough to serve everyone. So get your whipped cream ready, unless you're lactose intolerant, and enjoy your well-deserved metaphorical dessert. Ooh. Ooh. That concludes your reading, Cacao. Do you have further questions? Do you feel like it resonated? So on and so forth?
You're welcome. Yeah, kinda. I think I realized it will be hard to get readings about this person because of the shared energies. I think I think if it's meant to be, it'll happen. Okay. You mentioned that you have no way of contacting this person. You haven't seen them and you don't know when and if they'll message you. If a time comes, it'll happen. If not, I strongly suggest moving forward with something else, which is the same as the issue in real life, really. Okay. I do wish you luck on your journey in the direction you'd like to take with it. Welcome. It doesn't. I hope it did help you, at least somewhat. Good, I think you're next. You're getting readings more often lately. You're welcome. So, let's see. Good. Great. So those who want a reading, join now, because I'm going to be closing the queue soon. Otherwise, I'll be here till like 5 a.m. I probably will anyway. Shut the gates. I know. I know. Well, I like to give people an opportunity to at least join first if they want a free reading. But, I feel like I'm doing pretty well for the most part keeping up with Fortune Fridays. So I think I'm gonna keep that as like the main thing I do for the readings. It's Fortune Fridays. And then, all the other days are whatever I want, hit or miss. Because, you know, take a couple days, recuperate. And I've been artistically inspired lately, but I also have so much with the obs and other stream stuff I gotta do. Like if you guys
well, a lot of you are new in here, but Rocket's been around a little while. If you notice, I have a new starting stream screen and be right back. I made those. That was mine. That was my doing. Hello, yeah, you use a lot of energy for your readings. I'm some kind of OG. Yeah, yeah, you've been here pretty close to the beginning. You've been here pretty close to the beginning of my journey. It was had four of you. It was you. It was Belta. 007 and Zara, something like that. Although, yeah, Becca's on a hiatus, but I hope she's finding herself. She's definitely on a little journey. I'm excited for her. All right, I'm gonna ground myself just for a moment, Rocket, because that previous reading was a big one, so I need a moment to chill. I'm so curious what your reading's gonna be today. Oh, are you doing general, Rocket, or are you doing a specific one? I think I asked you that already, but I might have missed it. I'll start in 2 seconds. Love reading. Getting a lot of those. Spirit smacking it in my face. Part of me, I think part of me is because I'm getting married next. I'm getting married in 6 weeks. Oh my god. My god. I'm so excited. This time we have a lovely minutes for two. I don't know which one to choose. I think the LDR is. Now when you're back from Mads, the dog took all the blanket. He has a whole bed. He took my blanket. Okay. Oh, you're back. Okay, great. So I feel the need. I'm probably Rocket. Just so you know, I'm probably gonna read from a book because runestones. I get a little, but not a lot. Like I can do it a little bit, but I don't know them well enough to do like a solid, you know, card reading kind of thing. So I definitely will read from the book for this, but I feel drawn to play the runestones for you. That's fine. The wedding is getting closer and closer. I know. I'm panicked and excited at the same time. There's not enough room for both. I am. I'm really excited for it. It feels so surreal for me if I'm being honest about it. I was in a relationship for 10 years and you know we ended up breaking up mutually um and we're on good terms, we're friends, but I was with him for so long and he initially was the person I thought I'd be with. That didn't end up being the case, and I got engaged. I was so excited. I finally got the experience of feeling like got the like proposal experience, and then um we've been engaged, long distance relationship. He's in Japan and I'm here. And you know, it's so funny because when you're living the life of it, it just feels like life. But like if I describe it like to my grandkids when I have them and stuff, they're gonna be like, "That's such a romantic story," you know, when you think about it properly, and it can be a romance novel. But um, I've never been married, and it's such a surreal feeling. I've been excited, and then I've learned what bridezilla means because I am one, and so I've understood why brides are stressed officially now. um, and you know, nitpicking everything because of wanting things to be perfect. Like that's the main reason. Um, I finished purchasing my wedding dress, so I'm going to be picking that up soon. I pick it up on the 16th. I'm so excited. I'd show you guys, but then this would all be blank because I used my phone for this. Eventually I plan to get like an iPad, but I'm not right now. Most of the money's gone to the wedding so far. Um, but I'm excited because I'm getting like everything in order, and I'm even reaching out to people to confirm because I'm like, don't forget my wedding day. Yeah, anyway. I'm like I'm it's slowly shifting to the point where I'm ready for it to be done and over with, but I'm more excited for it right now than I am be like, let's get this done. But I'm sure I'll be in that phase right after that because my fiance is only going to be here for 4 days, and the state we're in, I have to travel the entire state in 4 days. Less than 4 days. He arrives late the first day and has to leave very early the morning the last day. It's more like 3 days, or almost 3 days. That's fine. You deserved romantic love. Thanks. I'm definitely like a hopeless romantic. I love romance stories and everything. It's nice. Yeah. Yeah. One thing, you know, I almost feel like that's like one of my life lessons in romance is romance should be that you both actively choose each other. Like that's to me that's like the solid foundation of love. Oh, yes, I'm gonna move to Japan. I'm My goal is sometime next year, but I don't know when yet. I have to go through process of immigration and everything, and I want to do it properly so we don't have to deal with nonsense. You only get married hopefully once. I'm definitely only get married once. I don't. I mean, I know divorce exists and I know it's a thing, and if it was necessary, I would do it. But um, um, I am not really someone who believes in doing divorce. So like the person I'm marrying, I plan to stay with for the rest of my life, unless they like were unfaithful or murdered somebody or abusive, which I wouldn't allow myself to be in anyway. My history, you know, it's it was okay. Like, everybody's gone through some trauma or abuse of some sort, but I grew up in an abusive household and well, one, I turned out fine. But anyway, and two, my mom, when we were young, she always drilled into our heads certain people had things worse than us, so we should be grateful for the things we had. And I think that really made a big difference in how we grew up. Same person. I don't know if I would. My older sister's done the like church marriage and the regular marriage thing. I don't know if I would do. We don't really plan on doing vows. I mean, we'll do the basic stuff, but I don't think we do like vow renewal stuff. I think we're comfortable with like a one and done kind of situation. Yeah, anyway. Anyway. All right. I support divorce for people that are in abusive relationships. Yeah, I agree. I support that too. Like my beliefs is specifically towards me. Like if I am confident enough to marry a person, like that's the person for me. You know what I mean? Like that's just how I function. Unless it was abusive and violent and all that, I would not stay. Like I would not do that to myself. I know for a lot of other people, the situation is more complicated because, like, a lot of people tend to excuse actions for people because they love them, but it's not enough. Like that, it shouldn't be excused. It should be changed if that's the case. Oh, my astigmatism's bothering me today. Oh yeah, I have astigmatism. I've learned. So I will have glasses. I plan to purchase them probably like Monday or Tuesday. So when I stream next, hopefully if I get them when I need to, you guys will start seeing me with glasses from now on because I need them. Renewing your vows is very sweet though. Like after all these years and you still choose each other. Oh, that's a cute way to put it. That's true. That's true. We'll see if my fiance speaks enough of my tongue by then. My native tongue. All right. Let me get your reading started, Rocket. Month's relationship. I was drawn to the Star Dragons deck for you today. Energetically, I feel like this is like your energy right now. Like this is your energy. All right, last call for those who want a reading. Enter exclamation point join now. If you want a reading, I will be closing the queue. Focus on long distance relationship for Rocket. That's too many. first. Alright. Okay. So first, 6 represents relationships, love, and all the like, just like the cups and the tarot. In terms of numerology, there's probably a little more to it that I don't remember off the top. Also, I'm closing queue now. No more readings for the rest of the night. Oh, well, besides those already in the list, of course. Close. Alright, and let me, I'm just gonna make a note somewhere. Okay. Okay. But that's way too big. Um, it's you need that? Okay. I should do dark colors. Uh, look, get it. Oh, it was worse. No. Yes, it's Rocket's turn right now. Alright, I give up. I'm just gonna put this back on white. I'll go back to white. It looks better that way. Alright. Hopefully that's legible for most people. Okay. Yes, we're on Rocket's turn right now. How many of you I have in the list right now? Rocket, Brain, and then Dragon. You will Dragon, you'll finish off the stream for the night. Yes, I'm about to start. Well, I started with the cards. We were chatting for a little bit. All right. Let's see. And then I wanted to put this note up here so if people come in or are watching that the queue's closed so they know. Transformation, defining yourself. I feel like you've done a good job of that, Rocket, actually. Ooh, and I see the vines and I see it growing around the legs. Here, I'm a little bit closer so you guys can see too. Do you see that? You see the vines around the legs? So that represents growth. I feel like you've come far. Like I feel like you've really discovered more of yourself and the growth you've made to get to where you are. Invention, burning with passion. I think that's related to what you told me earlier with the racing and the car. Understanding and looking at both sides. Normally I don't play reversals with these, but this played as a reversal. So to call you out, Rocket, it looks like you have a one-track mind a little too often, and you have a hard time viewing another perspective. It also is telling me you're stubborn and sometimes you don't listen very well. But I don't feel like it's a big deal unless, it's something important, like if you, in terms of the relationship. Okay, and we have another reversal dominance, believing in yourself. This is funny. I feel like this is the woman because I see her here in the card, and it's funny because I feel as if she likes to take charge, and that kind of feels like you would enjoy that. I also see you relaxing on like the beach side here, like this. I don't even know what that is. This weird alien fish creature thing. And self, gathering your power in reverse. Huh, that's interesting. Oh, wait. And grief, accepting loss. Hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, if you're back. Um, okay, you're a first time chat. Well, right now I'm on Rocket's reading. I can add you in to finish off the reading, but it'll be closed after you. Alrighty? I'll open it up just so you can join real quick. Do exclamation point join and I'll close it once you're done. Rocket, welcome back, Rocket. Okay, so, uh, first, first thing I was mentioning this as being like you, and then we were talking about the stubbornness, and also when you're in ads, I read your message. It made me laugh. It's funny because, um, that. No, no. Um. Oh goodness. All right, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I used super sweet. Let me see if I can do this. Is it adding? I think it's adding. Adding at e. E-O? Ah, there we go. All right, now I'm gonna close it. Okay. Excuse. You. Go. How dare it deny me? All right. Anyway, um, so I laughed because I thought it was funny because I'm very much like that too. Once my mind's made up, there's no budging like on a mountain set in my waist. So that humors me. Um, okay, so I see this like row kind of so far as you. Um, let's move so you can see all of it. Okay. All right, just a second. Put this just back. There we go. Stubborn is definitely one of my traits. Me too, man. It's okay. um, and this bottom row, I almost see as the woman, right? It's a woman. I see it as a woman. The love interest or long distance relationship, I see her as this bottom. Well, at least these two cards. This I haven't really connected too far into yet. I'll get to that. But in terms of this, I see strong chemistry between the two of you. And I see the distance, right? Because of the long distance relationship. I also see, you've got your stubborn side, right? And I also see she has her very forthright and like straightforward and like getting things done side. Like she's very head first, and worry later, active, do things now. Oh, that's cute. You try to watch movies sometimes through Discord. I love that. That's really cute. So this card here though interests me. It has so I find it interesting because these cards that strongly besides this one, no, this one too. This top row definitely like to me represents you so far, and it's a male in each one, and the bottom row all has women. So I think this is the woman, and there's a card here that says grief and accepting loss. So I don't know details of this or if you've gone far into any deep emotional conversations with this person, but I would give her grace if she slips up in a way that annoys you at some point. It could be related. Um, I see all the skulls too. Either that or maybe she's just really interested in darker stuff like, skulls, rebels, motorcycles, whatever it may be. But um she's going through something. Okay. All right. I was gonna say I see something going on. Okay. So that matches. Okay, perfect. That's good. I don't need details. I just wanted to say give her some grace. That's all. If it comes to it. But I'm stoked because I see this connecting together so far. Now let me play the next deck. Should be nah, apparently I've got grease stuck in my head. Whoa! Hello. Okay. All right. Any others from this deck? Okay, yep. Okay. Ooh. Let's see what these say. We have leadership. Okay. Moderation. I feel like this is you still. I feel like you like to be the provider in their relationship. That's where what I feel with this leadership moderation thing. I love partnership. Cute. Healing. Okay. All right. So that's interesting to me. I feel like I, I feel like this is funny. Okay, not in a bad way. I just think it's funny because I feel as if like you outwardly show easily who you are. And we talk about the stubborn, we talk about, your interests, how far you come, the growth and all that. And she's got like the structure she likes, but like she's got a very sweet and sensitive side based on what's coming up. And this healing, grief and healing, that's definitely coming together. And I see this love partnership with you. I feel like you're giving her a lot of patience and the structure needed. And I played 6 cards for you, and we have 6, 6, and 6, and that represents, like I said, relationships and love and emotions and all that connected together. And that's what I want to be, the provider. Yeah. This comes up. Change. Okay. Creativity. Oh, synchronicity. And spirituality. Interesting. Okay. Find this interesting. We have triple sevens here too. Those are good synchronicities to me. I strongly pay attention to those. And I find this so like I find this cute. I find that relationship cute, and it feels like you are definitely being something she needs. And they're telling me to tell you like that will forever be remembered. Like people will forget simple things as they age, but they never forget kindness or things you do for them that they feel. So like this is something that will be remembered forever. And then change, creativity, synchronicity, and spirituality. I think this is fascinating because it's almost like super fun. I feel like you've really started challenging yourself in a way you're not used to. Like you mentioned the movies on Discord, and you like to come into the readings and stuff, and you usually just chill and watch the readings most of the time. But lately you've been doing them, and I find it interesting because I feel like you've changed in a way where you've challenged yourself to be more creative in different things. And I also see like I feel like you would have her explore this kind of stuff eventually as well. I feel like it strongly interests you nowadays, and I feel like that's almost part of like a journey you want her to go on as well, just to see how she does and handles it. It feels like she's open to it, but she's never really experienced it. I'm not used to being in a relationship, but I'm trying my best to find ways. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I see that. You're doing a good job. You don't have to you don't have to um be too harsh on your views of it. I think you're doing great so far. Bottom of the deck says health. Don't forget to keep up with your own health. And top of the deck says love. Oh, another 6. See, I told you. Thank you. I'm excited for you. That's so cute. That's such a cute. It's another cute one. You guys are coming in with some cute romance stories. Let's go on to the next bit. Ooh, feel cold again. Must be cold outside. I'll save money for a Nintendo Switch. My friend Bryn wants a Nintendo Switch, and my other friend that I live with, who's not here right now, and I'm watching her dog. Um, has a Nintendo Switch, and I've been playing the game Pocopia on there with her, well, by myself. And it's funny because I logged in as her, and I wrote my name, and then was here in like the little bushes just to be funny. Um, but she wants me to get a Nintendo Switch as well, so I might save up for that maybe after the wedding. But I gotta focus on bills. Ugh. All right. Anyway, so I could play with her. Oh, yeah, that's fun. Playing games with other people is fun. Well, I guess it depends on the person. I personally find it fun, depending on the game, I think. Like, there's a game I play on Steam, and I liked playing a game called Bomber Grounds with my friend, but when I had it the what is it? Beta version, and I really loved it. And then they came out with the updated version, and it sounds so mean, but I was so disappointed with all the changes. Like, it was, a lot of people love the changes when they have them, but I had more fun with the original version that they had because it was so close to like Bomberman from the Nintendo, like the OG Nintendo, and it was more fun for me because I was like, timing means everything. Blow people up. um, but yeah, but we play a game called Overcooked sometimes. That's a multiplayer, and that one's fun. And um, we also play a game called Bloody Traplands, and I think it's hilarious. It's so hard to pass the level together, and by when you finally make it to the end, it counts how many times you died, and I think that's hilarious. Dang, that sucks. They lost your money. Well, I have the game. I don't remember. I think what happened is that you purchase it as like the beta version, but for an affordable price. And then I think they gave me, yeah, I don't mind the second game, but I had more fun with the first original part of it. I think they should have allowed us to give a choice of which one though, and I think that would have been much better. Like, do this version or do that version versus just switching it entirely, you know what I mean? Honor Gaia. Okay, we have health and Honor Gaia. You slacking. You're slacking. Exercise some more. Nurture all you love. Oh, I feel like that's her energy. That feels cute. Know your fears. Okay. I feel like that's her energy with this too, which is the patience. I don't think I worded it as patience, but give it. Oh, I said give her grace. Giving her some patience, definitely. Change is unavoidable. Ooh, you got changed twice. Embrace spirit. Okay, you got embrace spirit and spirituality twice. You're getting synchronicities. Oh, I mentioned synchronicity. You got synchronous. You're getting a lot of synchronicities and things mentioned twice. Love that you are different. Love that you're different. Challenge your perspective. Challenge your perception. I mentioned you having a hard time viewing the other perspective. So I think the change and change is unavoidable and stuff, and the challenge your perception with the perspective is connected. Like, I think it's trying to say like really challenge yourself to look at the other. perspective, like as if you were in that person's shoes instead. Be without malice. I Ragged, I feel like spirits like I'm watching you, you behave. Like I feel like the energy it's giving, especially this be without malice, is like a mother. You behave with the situation, whatever's going on. I don't know what's going on, but I am humored by it. Follow the moon, the intuition, follow your gut, and know you belong. So love that you're different and know you belong. Interesting. I wonder if that's her energy. I'm going to behave. Yeah. So funny. Okay. Let's see what else comes up. I feel like there. We'll see what else comes up first, but I feel like I'm being a little repetitive at the moment. So they might keep your reading short today. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Hmm. I definitely feel like her energy is mixed with yours. You guys vibe well from what I can see. See good potential and opportunity. I'll say something a little spicy every now and then, but so respectful. Oh, good, good. I feel like she's a very nurturing person. Um, but I do feel like whatever is happening right now or the current state she's very sensitive right now. I see a lot of the white, like the blue and white together. It makes me think of like crystals, and it just, I don't know, it feels peaceful. It feels like, it's like so like this follow the moon, like it's like when you look at the moon and you see like the moon's radiance, and the moon's so bright you can actually see all the other things around you, like the ground, the trees. If you see any animals, you see their beady little eyes glowing. Like it reminds me of that. It's almost like its own surreal form of comfort and peace or awe, I guess. In awe, I suppose. Five of Swords. Hmm. So I see the Five of Swords, I see as her energy, and I see this eagle, or I'm gonna assume eagle. Actually, I think oh, that's a god. I was gonna say, I see this as you, and it's the sun god, god of Ra. Power, project. Well, I think it worked with what's projection. I forget. I gotta look them up again. Peaceful is nice. I'm tired of trying to win everything. It's nice to have that relief. Yeah. Five of coins. Abode is what this makes me think of this time. This card in this deck represents the story of the little match girl, and usually the five of coins represents financial, basically like financial constraints. But it doesn't give me that energy playing this card. It gives me the energy of humble abode, and it's like, all right, I'm not in the best predicaments right now, but I know everything will be okay. And she's like in the ball warming herself up with the match for fire, and that warmth is the best that's keeping it alive and growing. And I see that. I see this almost as, because I think you told me at one point in another reading that you weren't in the financial place you wanted to be at that time. But I see this as like you guys being together, like it feels good, just having each other, you know. And that brings motivation to you both, is the way I see this. I'm still not in a good financial place. Yeah, that's okay. It'll come with time. It'll come with time. Ace of Cups in reverse. This is the first time I played this card from this deck. I love how it looks. I might read from the book for that one though. I can't tell what's mean for the reversal. For this one. There it is. Ace of Cups. There it is. So let's see. Oh, it's sake. Okay, it's not tea, it's sake. Alright, Matsu sake. Japan, Japanese mythology. Overall meaning of the Ace of Cups marks a new beginning, a reason to drink, to be merry, and be open to subconscious feelings. Sake is a drink of the gods, bringing people closer to the spirit world. I placed it in reverse. It says relationship problems, depression, sadness, creative blocks, and repression. I feel like that's very much connected to this from before. And it's in the present. It's in the present place. So I feel like this is kind of working things out together. I see this as her. I don't know what she's going through, but I see this as a very strong emotional struggle. I see this as you kind of watching over, making sure things are okay. I see this as a combination of you both, you know, and working things together, but it feels comforting to have one another. And then the Ace of Cups, based on that reading in terms of the book and flipping it over, um, makes me think that the situation on both sides. So like your side, you said you're still not in the good financial place, and then on her side, she's got something going on as well, right? But it's like you guys are working to build through that together. Like you're both working towards building each other up from your difficulties and what's going on. And you're both understanding of that too, and that feels good for you both. Six of Swords. I see this as a family. And I think that's a big significance in the Six of Swords. And good opportunity. And I see it facing forward, looking towards the future. So cute. And the way they're dressed, it looks like Greece. I don't know. I don't know if you had plans to travel or vacation or visit any place like Greece or Rome. They're telling me to say Rome, Greece or Rome. But maybe you could plan a trip together. Okay, that I feel like that's the message. Plan a trip together. And it doesn't have to be you there or she to you. It could be you both plan a trip to go to a new place together, so it's new for you both. I would like to make that trip. Yeah. Oh, and then we have the lovers. That's so cute. I'm so excited. Rocket's love stories make me excited. Or any kind of trip. Yeah. Javon's is the bottom of the deck. Ready. Is it the Page of Wands? It's wishes come true. I think so. In one color. Oh, the runestone is left for you now, I think, Rocket. Let's see what comes up. I'm gonna need to open my Kindle for this, but for now, let me get them out. I think your reading's been great so far. I I forget. I think you said just a reading on the long distance relationship. I don't think you said anything specific. Just to make sure. Cats. Yeah, I'm trying not to get the other one involved. Sometimes it gets confusing. Yeah. But I know the other one is not good for me. You're keeping your options open, aren't you? I think this looks good to me. Long distance one still I think I favored the long distance one before too. Just double thumbs up. Alright. So let me open. Yeah, yeah. Let me open my Kindle real quick so I can read these Moonstones for you because I don't play them enough to know them well. I know some sometimes. I can tell you right now, I know none of those. I'm slowly learning all their names though. I'm getting there. Really slowly. Excuse. Thinking for might have to use my phone. I do. Alright. I'm gonna fiddle with my phone because the Kindle and the computer is not working. Let's see. Let's see. I need to use my phone to read it to you, so it might be black for a second. Please. I suppose I can at least place. All right. So let's open the Kindle phone. Yeah, I was reading a book. I forgot. Um, a mess. I do not like the way the Kindle has updated their stuff. It's so disorganized. Others. Um, where are I just type this. Runestone. Go. Runes. Okay, that's what we called it. All right. I'm gonna start with the one on the top that you can't see. Oh, I can still move. Okay. Different camera. So I'm gonna start with the one on the top. It kind of looks like a T with a tilted cross. I just have to find it first. So these are the last messages for your reading. Okay. Well, I found those. What are your names so I remember? Okay. As why not? All bunched together. No. Oh, there it is. Okay, so the name of the one on the very top is Nathis. Translation is need, and keywords is need, necessity, constraint, and restriction. Nathis is a rune that reminds us of what Plato famously said: necessity is the mother of invention. It is in times of crisis and times of great need when we frequently find our greatest ability to persevere. Think of times in your life when you were constrained or restrained by a person or situation. Nathis is that energy that lives inside you, that fire or need fire to create a different and better situation. When most of us have more expenses than we do income, we have a need fire within us to be better or to better the situation, whether it's to get another job or to better budget our money. As Nietzsche wrote, what does not kill me makes me stronger. It's the first one. I'm going to read this one next. The one that looks like it's Greek. And the name is Perthro. 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 Okay. Translation is dice cup. Okay, so if you flip it over, it looks like a little cup. Keywords is cup, lot, games, gaming, fate, and unknown. So due to the associations with gaming and play, Perthro is also seen as the rune of fate, destiny, and luck. It is the mystery of mysteries, as the runes are mysteries themselves, just like Nathis is a rune of the norms. So is Perthro. Imagine tossing a dice out in a game of high stakes and hoping and praying for a beneficial outcome. Without knowing it, any hopes and prayers would be an appeal to the norms. Oh, that's going into the folklore of it. Okay. Another possible translation of Perthro could be womb or the lady bits. This rune may represent fertility as well as the womb from which all are born. This relates to the well of the word. Oh, okay, here we go. When Perthro appears, you could soon be on the receiving end of luck as well as the recipient of something unknown. It also represents creative, fierce feminine energy as well as spontaneity. Its appearance in a divination could be an encouragement to play more, to lighten up and enjoy the fun that life can bring. As we discovered with Wunyo, it's always important to maintain a childlike attitude about life. Perthro could also portend issues you may have with your reproductive system and may urge healthy choices or actions around such. Because Perthro has a deep association with great mysteries, it could also indicate that you or the person for whom you're reading may have psychic abilities or a propensity to be skilled at occult mysteries. This is especially true when paired with Lagoons. Oh, that's so interesting. That's funny because there was one that's spirituality. I saw the sevens and I mentioned and referenced me with you watching as well. So I wonder if this long distance relationship one has an inclination towards this stuff already. Okay. But definitely more so towards the childlike behavior in games. That's what stands out to me the most, and I think that's valid with what you were talking about before. To me, that's kind of confirmation. All right. So who is next? I don't want to do that one next. I want to do this one. Okay, so next one I'm doing is the opposite side of that one. So this one's here. I'm doing the other one. It kind of looks like a backwards Z. The name of that one is Sowilo. Sowilo, sorry. The translation is sun. Oh, that's like the sun in the tarot. It's a very positive card. It's very good. Like it's the best card you can play in the tarot, literally. Okay, keywords is victory, power, attack, and enlightenment. Hey. Hey. Okay, anyway. Uh, So Willow is a wonderful rune to see in conjunction with Hagalaos. It reinforces the fact that the sun will indeed come out of the hailstorm that has passed. Oh, I might have to read the whole thing. Okay. Okay. Suilo is the rune that represents power and attack. This is the will that lives within us all that will bring us to victory. When Suilo is doubled and superimposed upon itself, it forms the sun wheel, a very effective shield. This is the lightning bolt that connects the heavens to the earth, useful in both attack and defense. Unfortunately, that's not necessary. Sawilo also represents life force and links to the powers of the consciousness. Sawilo is the power of enlightenment that comes from without, raining down upon us in the form of illumination from the gods. With illumination and enlightenment comes power. In the context of our use, this is the positive rune, the source from which all life springs forth on Midgard. Though the sun is known to warm and bring life, it is also a force with which to contend. It is a destructive force as well, an only force known to the ancients that would melt ice and icebergs, to the ancients, okay? This is the rune of invincibility and triumph, and all great triumphs are brought and about by one of the two great interferences, that of the gods reaching down, like Thor would with Mjolnir, and blasting obstructions from your path, or by enlightenment and knowledge. Sowilo represents both the inner fortitude to succeed and bring yourself to victory, as well as the benevolence of our ancestors and deities. In a rune spread or casting, Sowilo is a wonderful rune to see in conjunction with Hagalaz, which you don't have in this reading. It reinforces the fact that the sun will indeed come out once the hailstorm has passed. Hagalaz is the hailstorm, but you don't have that in the reading. And found in combination with Dagas or New Dawn, there won't be much that will stand in your way. I don't think you have Dagas. But yeah, so it's strength, it's fortitude, it's good stuff. All right, and let's see. Now we're gonna go to So the next one I'm going to read is the centerpiece here. It's Augies. Translation is elk, elk, and sedge, and its keywords is protection and defense. Augies is also not only is this a rune of protection, it is a rune that insists we reach out to the unseen world for help and protection. If you look closely at this rune, it very much represents and looks like a hand held up in a position of telling someone to stop. This is a rune that is used for protection, but it should also remind you that you are protected, yet be seen as a sign to not be complacent. Remember, the spirit world helps those who help themselves, so don't sit on your laurels expecting your spirit guides, ancestors, and deities to protect you. You are here in the world now, and it's your foremost responsibility to protect yourself and those you love. Elgies encourages us to develop a relationship with our spirit. It is a rune that looks like a person reaching out with their arms up, appealing to the heavens. Okay. And then if Algies appears in a reading, it can mean both that you are protected and that it would be beneficial to reach out to your helping spirits and allies to ask for protection. Be on the lookout throughout the day and in regard to the situation about which you're inquiring. Forewarned is forearmed, but remember to arm yourself in whatever application is appropriate to the situation. And then last one is that one. I need to find it first. Oh, nice. Here it is. So last one I'm going to read is that bottom one. You can't see it very well. It looks like an arrow, an upward arrow. To put simply, its name is Tiwaz. Its translation is tear. And keywords are discipline, duty, responsibility, and justice. Tiwaz is the rune. Tiwaz is the rune of cosmic order, especially justice as decided by war. The Norse were honorable as much as they could be in their pursuit of war, and oftentimes the day and times of battle were decided beforehand. Okay. The rune of spiritual warrior urging us to pay close attention to honor, integrity, and duty, and it calls us to selflessly serve a higher power through the self-sacrifice if necessary. Tiwaz can lend moral strength to those who need it, providing the will to succeed when used in combination with Sowilo, which you did have in your reading. Provides most unstoppable force. Tiwaz reminds us of the importance of upholding promises and oaths, and that all of our actions should be rooted in principle. We must be courageous in the face of adversity, tenacious in our pursuit of fairness, and disciplined in how we carry ourselves. When Tiwaz appears in a rune spread or casting, it indicates the need to be right, just, and strong. Look out for legal problems or situations in which you must stand up for yourself or others. If you are not in a situation currently where you will need to seek justice, you soon will be. Harness the power of Tiwaz to help see you through. Okay. Feels pretty good. Right. Is that live again? Yes, okay. Perfect. Ooh. Again. Focus, unfocus, focus, and unfocus. Yeah. So I'll show you each one just so you can see them closer. That was the first one. This was the second one. It's more like this was the third one I read.
almost. This one is the error. You can see. Still can't. Well, it's fainting right now. There we go. There we go. We're unstoppable. I like I like this long distance relationship reading. My vote's still this one. I didn't even read the other one. My vote's still this one. Rune casting was okay. Like I said, I don't do them too often, but I felt drawn to it. I feel your energy to me tends to vibe more towards pagan and Buddhist like things anyway. As you're reading, Rocket, do you feel like a lot of things resonated, or do you have any other questions? Who's my list again? Brain lag, you're next. Are you in? No questions, ma'am. Alright. You're welcome. Brain lag FPS, are you in the chat? It's your turn. It says you're here. It keeps the hope alive. Are you saying you were without hope before? I like this. This feels good to me. I would, if I was reading, if I was reading a romance novel, this would be the most interesting one to me. I'd be like, oh, so cute. Brain lag, it's your turn. Brain lag FPS. I don't like that. I'm so nitpicky with order. It's not your turn yet. I might have to rotate brain lag if they don't respond though, but it says they're in the chat. Unless they fell asleep. It is late. I do long readings. After brain lag was Dragon Wolfen, and I think Dragon is still in here too. Brain lag, you're next, but if you don't respond, I'm going to move it down to Dragon Wolfen and rotate you. Dragon Wolfen. If you respond, I'll do your reading next. Otherwise, I'll rotate both of you and move to, I think, Evio. Evie. Brain lag has not been active. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Okay, I'll rotate brain lag for now. They're not active or responding, but I do see that they're I see them active in my thing. Okay, so I'm gonna rotate them in the list. Add started anyway.
advice. Rotating frame down. Frame's getting rotated. Next will be dragon. Favorite Pokemon's Eevee. 12 seconds. Watching a movie. Are you guys back from ads? I'm back now. Okay, great. I think you might have told me before what you wanted. I don't remember if you did, so if you don't mind, did you want a general reading or did you have a specific question, Dragon? How long are your readings usually? I've never had more than one card pull. I do in-depth readings, so they take a long time. It depends on the person. So, like, if a person has been read multiple times and if they've received messages they already had, then sometimes their reading is short. But those who haven't really received in-depth deep readings, or like if they really feel drawn and need healing, they tend to come in, and those people have the longest readings. I tend to do Fortune Fridays often for my streams. It doesn't happen always weekly because I tend to be busy. I'm a caretaker for my mom. I have my own appointments. I have my wedding. I have plans to move different country. So like I have a lot that I'm doing, and you know, sometimes I just mentally don't feel like it, if I'm being real. And it's nothing against anybody. It's just, you know, I need my own breaks as well. I care about my own mental health. So I do a general reading. Okay. Okay, great. So, to answer your question, EVO, it can easily go from 45 minutes to an hour depending on what your energy needs. All right, general reading for Dragon Wolf in 117. Totally, I mean, I'm a funeral counselor, so I get it. Oh, interesting. General Wolf in, you know, just because. Deck, I have, well, in the past, I had a list of decks that people could choose from. but I find it easier that I just pick the decks for you and go based on that. If there's one you think you have an interest in, you can, but I have like 30 decks. So, okay. Okay, great. I like these. Okay, so first, your vibes remind me a lot of Rocket's vibes. I feel like you vibe more with earthy based things or more like not necessarily religious stuff if I'm being specific. So earth like Vikings, pagan, stuff like that. Gold. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put my other jacket on. You're fine. No, don't move. No. You're keeping my feet warm. Ow. Oh, injury still hurts. Wait a little one for you. Okay. Hey, you're Viking Dragonwolfen. Oh, thanks. Not my. He went right back into the pockets. All right. It must be cold outside. My room is so cold. All right. Which one? First? I'm still injured. Why do injuries have to take forever to heal? So annoying. Okay. What's up? Volcano. Interesting. We have volcano and volatility. And the first thing that came to mind is that you could sometimes be very short-tempered, is the immediate reaction I got out of that. But I see in this clouds, I see faces in well, it's not even clouds, it's the smoke of the volcano. I see the two faces here, and it's like I don't know, it reminds me of like when you reminisce and miss somebody you love who's passed away and how you like see their face in clouds and stars and stuff. I'll try to put it close so you guys can see. See the faces there. That's what I'm picking up. It feels very excitable too. It almost feels like you might be a little bit of like an adrenaline junkie, just a smidgen. Now we have meta and vulnerability. That's interesting. It almost feels like two strongly different sides. I'm very drawn to the letter V. I see the V a lot so far. So I don't know if it has significant in name, like Victor or Vincent or um or Viking. That was another name, not Valor, but for some reason I want to say that. So we have volcano, volatility, vulnerability, and compassion. I see this again like this. I see this as if it's like passed on loved ones and like reaching out and missing that person, like longing for them. I see the meadow as a place of connection, like a peace of mind kind of thing. Hmm. I also could see this, I could see the volcano kind of like a catastrophe in a way where it's like something sudden and unexpected happened as well. Let's see what else comes up. Take what resonates with you and leave the rest, by the way. So feel free to let me know if it does or doesn't. Ocean, ebb and flow. Makes me think of ebb and flow of life. Wolf, instinct. Wolfin, wolf, that's funny. That humors me. But we have instinct. Yeah, I strongly feel that it's like the wolf. Wolves are interesting because we associate it as like lone wolves, like they're alone, but wolves are actually very much big pack creatures. They have a pack and a close knit one, but we often see them alone adventuring by themselves and stuff. And it's interesting because I see that. I see connections, but I see a distance between it too. So I feel like there was a lost connection. Like I feel like there was a loss that happened, and I feel like you miss whoever this is, whoever this may be. Could be like a wife or a child or just somebody you were really close to maybe. Tsunami, wake up call. Oh, this card gives me overwhelming grief and it gives me nightmares. It makes me think I dream of this often. Forest, just breathe. I see the petals in the water, which is really pretty. Just breathe in a serene moment. And I think that kind of goes with this meadow and being the peaceful connection. We also have eagle for communion and desert for vision quest. Okay. So it makes me feel like also that you're going on like a new journey. Like this has triggered something in you in a way of a new path in healing. See, I strongly hear Vision Quest, but I strongly see the eagle and the Native American here. And I'm hearing a real one, a real Vision Quest. Take the real one. I don't know if there's something maybe you were questioning about for Vision Quests, but it's saying do a legitimate one. Ads start in less than 2 minutes. If you go in the ads, let me know. I will wait till you're back to continue. Okay, so I did pick up on loss. I feel like that's confirmation with the griefs. There's a connection that was lost. And they're giving me energies that you're trying to be very strong, like you're trying to keep things together and hold a lot of things in. Yeah, I had some hard losses earlier this year. Yeah. But it feels like you're trying to hold the grief in instead of releasing it. So like you're building a strong outer shell without actually properly processing the emotion of grief. Trust, love, and friendship. I feel like the image of this card is supposed to represent the person who's lost a very beautiful spirit, colorful effort, conquering your demons. That reminds me of this card here, which was the wake up call, and it reminded me of nightmares and reliving the situation. I also see this like fire breathing of the dragon. I see that as a guard. I'm putting up defenses now. Vision, contemplating the future. That goes hand in hand with this here, with the image and the vision quest. It's in this vision, contemplating the future is almost feel like it almost feels like you have a little bit of loss of yourself as well. Like you feel confused a little bit. Like you don't know, like things just ended up being so sudden for so many things that you don't really know the direction you want to take. Let me know if you're in ads. No, not yet. Okay, great. Okay. So this one I was saying though, if it's like as if you had a little bit of like your own personal like self loss, like you feel it's kind of like it's kind of like limbo. You don't know where to go. You don't know what to think. You don't know. I was gonna, the phrase they want me to say. You don't know why things happen, but it's more like you're more focused now on what could happen, and it's really changed your perspective. And that's now something new about your life that you're really thinking about more, like you're putting more depth to everything you do now. Then we have enlightenment and moving forward. I see the lantern, so you will eventually come out of the confusion. It'll just take time. Miracle, making a difference. And I see the lantern here too. So you'll come out of confusion, it'll just take some time. Bottom of the deck says independence and carving your own path. And I like the way the colors are being portrayed. Like as soon as this lantern starts, it's like lighting the way. And then the pinks here found the lantern here. And then we have the pinks here that helps form this dragon here. The way I see it, it's all connected. It's connected together. I also see how this dragon's focused that way, this one's focused down, and that one's focused that way. They're all focusing in one specific place. The energy, I don't know how to put this into words. I can see it in my mind's eye because I watch a lot of shows, animes and stuff. Um, I see it as like, I don't know if this was your personality before, but because of this situation, your personality's changed too, in a way where you come off more stern, reserved, and mysterious in the way that whatever this happened with, you've changed with it. You've changed with it. And it doesn't mean it's good or bad, it just means you've adapted basically. So I see that here too. I definitely see like you need to process your grief properly because you haven't. And your energy's like, but I have. You haven't. You haven't properly grieved all of it. That takes time, and grief technically never goes away. Allow yourself to feel those feelings when they come up. Don't continuously suppress them in a way where you just don't want to deal with them anymore. It's better to let it loose than build it up. This comes up for you. Focus on beauty and manifest harmony. Yeah, I focus on beauty and manifest harmony. And I see the beauty in this too. So I wonder if and I mentioned focus with these three cards. So I wonder if you're going to learn to adapt in a way where you're focusing on the little things, the beauty in all things, and you'll start noticing them more, I think. Old age brings wisdom and fierce certainty. I feel like this is confirming that you'll reach. Alright, so stop holding the grief in. Yeah. Um, I feel like this is confirming that you need to make it to old age, or you are going to. It says old age brings wisdom and fierce certainty. Replace greed by cultivating discrimination. I see the reds here. The reds relate to the root chakra the most. It relates to any and all things with grounding. You're too much up in the clouds. Try to bring yourself back down and be grounded in the here and now. Become a warrior to dispel the darkness. Become a warrior to dispel the darkness. Extend your awareness to the energetic edges or boundaries of the universe. And sometimes it's good to seek help from others. That this one almost makes me feel uncomfortable, but it's definitely good advice in terms of what's needed. And if you need grief counseling, maybe look into it. Your energy tells me, in terms of your vibes, you're not really one who does counseling or therapy. It feels like you'd rather kind of just sit in your sorrow, honestly. And that's okay. If that's what works best for you, do that. But if you think you need help, you should seek it. Um, yeah. Extend your awareness. The nightmares or the dark images or replaying something in your mind is very unhealthy. Okay, so I think those coincide with one another, you should try and reach out to someone if you need to. Um, your energy's telling me who would that be? I have no one now, is kind of the sad energy I'm feeling at the moment. It Seek a professional if you need to. I know that's not always easy, but like if it's a situation that way, and build a relationship and a professional relationship with the professional. Otherwise, I recommend maybe online groups and stuff that can talk through things in similar situations that could have been similar to yours. I also think finding healthy ways to sleep is better. Spirit's telling me something you're doing for your sleep in order to help you sleep is not a good method for you. It's not the healthiest way to do it. So they want you to be careful with that as well. I don't know what this is, but I'm drawn to the halo behind her head, the pink colors here. Maybe finding something that brings comfort to you, possibly. I think that could be what the message is for. So I'm gonna play this one next, and then we're gonna play the Sacred Traveler for advice. Do you feel like things are resonating with you so far? Or do you have any additional questions to anything that's been mentioned so far? What's this? Two wands and moonstones. Yeah, things are pretty close to what's happening. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, good as it can be. Mm. This shows me that you take peace and solace in general. Like you find peace and solace a lot of time. Or solitude, strength in reverse, that kind of. Yeah. Your reading is kind of being repetitive, so I think they mainly want you to focus in terms of getting the grief situated. Because it takes healing, and based on what I can see here, well, not actually, I think you said it. Um, you said quite a few, quite a few. And if it's been more than one, then that's tough. That's tough to continue through the grief that way.
See it again. Okay. Alright. Now that's interesting. Who is that? Is that Mother Teresa? Keep wanting to draw, and I don't need to. I feel like there's confusion here. So I'm playing quite a bit. Um, I I don't really feel confident in this, but I'm wondering if because I see this bloody hatchet here, it makes me wonder if this was like a criminal case of this grief or not. Because I also see this four swords, and I see, and that matches the nightmare thing. Maybe more so like night terrors than nightmares. And then the strength in reverse, but we also have justice here and temperance, and that represents balance and justice being served. And then I see the Eight of Swords here. So the Ten of Swords, upright, Eight of Swords in reverse. Four of Swords upright. Brutal. It's brutal. Struggle a lot, but I guess it could be a lot of struggle, but I see the struggle, overcoming the struggle. High Priestess in the Moon, that's the solace and energy I was feeling intuitively. Like this is the intuition side. Then we have the Empress. We also have the Knight. So you have a lot of swords. Like you have a lot of swords that have been played here. And swords represent thought. It represents thought and mindset the most. So me wanting to play a lot of cards makes me think like there's still a lot of confusion. The Empress is it's facing this way down the path of all the other cards, so and she's got her hands in the prayer position, so it makes me think of like praying for the situation. Or looking back looking back, Knight of Coins. So we have two knights. Oh wait, no, that's King of Swords, I'm sorry. We have Knight of Coins. I see the bull looking forward, the cow looking forward. But the man is also looking this direction. But he's got a bow and arrow. It's like ready to fight battles. Struggle here. And it's kind of very all over the place. Like the structure is not, it's not in a cohesive manner. It's very mixed, and I think this is your mindset that's happening right now. Everything is kind of everywhere. And it's almost like it's too much to process. Yeah, my mind can be all over the place. Yeah, definitely. Definitely looks that way. In the temperance, I see the foot in the water. So I don't know if you have an affinity for water, but I think maybe it'll help make you feel
more calm. You might, because you have the moon and the high priestess and the moon right above her too, and that usually represents intuition as well. So intuition seems to be standing out for you, so I'm not really sure what to go on based on that. So oh, so like fishing. I do enjoy that. Yeah, fishing would be that too. All right. Let's play the final cards for you. A fresh new way of living emerges. Transformation. Are you back from ads? Okay, welcome back. So, I played the last deck. This is like final messages for you. I think you went into ads when I was reading the first one. It says, a fresh new way of living emerges, transformation. Then we have vast vistas, expand your horizons. Impasse, reflect and redirect your energy. Navigating by the stars, follow your bliss. Infinite abundance, abundance is pouring into your life. Joy and delight, open your heart to joy and cleansing waters. Purification activates vibrant life force. So, you had that vision quest card, and I keep mentioning grief, and I think the counseling stuff doesn't feel quite like your vibe. Reach out if you need it though. But you kind of take peace and solace. So I think, um, hello TV, welcome in. My queue is closed for the night, but I may or may not stream tomorrow. I don't know yet. But I tend to do Fortune Fridays if you wanted to come in on another Friday. Um, so, Dragon, back to you. I was saying, I feel like based on the cards that are playing, because I also mentioned before, you kind of take peace in like solitude and solace and everything. So I feel like a vision quest is a real healing process for you. I think you going on like a walkabout is very much healing for you. And I highly recommend you doing that. Because your mind's so scattered and all over the place, the journey will be healing in a way where it's almost like a walking meditation. It'll help you focus on certain things and help you kind of situate through your thoughts as well. And then we have the cleansing waters here, and that's like confirmation for the waters again here. It just feels good to be on the water. And I see that for you as well. Do you have any questions? Do you feel like you need anything more elaborated or put into more details to the best I can in any way? So what is the best thing to get through this for what you read, like the grief? What, so you mean like what's the best thing for advice for you in the grief based on what I've read so far? It's that Vision Quest walkabout journey that I mentioned to you. That's the best healing option for you, in my personal opinion. But do whatever feels best for you, you know. Whatever healing feels best for you. Your energy feels like adventure is more of a healing process for you, more so than sitting and being stuck with your thoughts. It feels more like you should do it feels like you should do more of an adventure in terms of your healing process. So, like walking meditation is something to help you gather your thoughts in a more organized manner, and so on. Oh, interesting. Yeah. And water kept coming up. Water is a healing form for you as well. You heal in a way that's more based in nature, or like or yeah, more based in nature, just being outside basically. Oh, excuse me. Grief takes time, especially if it's fresh. So give yourself the patience you need and the time you need to heal from the grief. Grief never goes away, but we learn to adapt and grow from it. Yeah, true. That will conclude your reading, Dragon. I hope you get what you need. Alright, so I'll call out Brain again. Otherwise, I will move on to. Thank you for the follow. And you're welcome. You're welcome. This is the second time I'm calling out for Brain. If you're here, let me know. Otherwise, I will uh rotate you again. Last call for Brain.
Alright, I will be moving you and rotating you on the list once more. Evio, are you still in the chat? You're next. Shucks. Evio, are you still in the chat? It's your turn. Yippoo! Can you remind me what your question was? You had some, I think it was some kind of romance question. Hello, my name is Vanessa. I'm deeply in love with a guy named Kevin. Okay. And I'd like to know if you could help me figure out if he loves me. Look, Dragon. Oh, it sounds like first you feel like it's a one-sided love. You think you only are the one interested, and it feels like you're not particularly in a relationship with this person, but interested in them. Is that right? I will ask questions as I go, depending on how the reading goes. It's more complicated. Complicated than that. Are you sure? Also, thank you for letting me know your name, but I usually don't require them. But like we had like a secret relationship. We've been seeing each other out of work because we work together. Oh, so company relationship. Okay. Like we tried to keep it silent. Rocky, you just here for the drama. No, I'm just kidding. Kidding. Like rumors and stuff. And then it just became normal. Like we were always every day together. Go to bed, brush our teeth together. Okay. I like the honesty. Okay. I have what I want for you. Him calling me baby and all that jazz, and then pulling away, and it timed perfectly with the story of his ex. His ex used him and left him depressed. Now he's scared that everyone wants to. Oh, that's sad. Energetically, part of me feels like that's just kind of fun for him, for you. Like it feels like a tease. It's like playfully teasing. What's through for you then? But like so am I. I like your honesty. This is great. No. I wouldn't call it a game. I mean, I see what you're saying, but I wouldn't say it in a way where it's a game. I mean, Emma be the wolf. So, bef your reading is going to be confusing, because there's a little lack in clarity of what you're looking for direction. So, are you more so interested in like the reading between the two of you relationship wise, or are you kind of looking towards guidance for healing for him? Because I feel like you kind of want to know both, but it will confuse your reading. I've been doing this for 6 hours. Damn. Crap, did I feed him? I think my selfish part wants to know more about us. Okay, then be selfish and let's focus on that. If things come up later on, then that's fine. But keep the focus on what you actually want to know for now. That's great. Also, we have. Let's go selfish. um, also, there's an ad break in a minute. So if you go into ads, let me know. I will wait till you're back. And I'll try to repeat myself if I didn't notice you going in ads right away. All right. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be selfish sometimes. Okay. So, ooh, okay. You have 7 of coins. Okay. You both acknowledge and notice each other for both your similarities and differences. I see you both standing on each side of this flame so far. You being this one, him being this one, right? But you both are like looking at each other, is what I see here to start with. The 7 of coins in terms of the general of the tarot is in reverse, but that's not how I'm interpreting it right now. Knight of Wands in reverse. That's interesting. Okay, I feel like that's based on the story you told me so far. Thank you for the follow. Just a follower goal. Hooray! Nice. Are you guys still in ads? Are you back from ads now? Oh, you didn't get. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you weren't in ads. I thought you went in there, so I was waiting. And you also didn't get an ad. Okay, great. That's so weird. I don't know why it does that. Thank you. Looking, the way the tarot's playing so far, I feel like it's kind of trying to tell the story of what's going on based on what you've already written. But I need to see. I'm sure. I feel like it's the story that's happening. It's not very clear yet based on, the specific question between the two so far. I'm taking a look. I might read from the book to start with. I did interpret at least this card first. This card feels so mean. It feels so mean the way I'm interpreting this one. And I think that coincides with the story that you mentioned of, being used and everything. And then we have Queen of Wands and it's in reverse. To me, that makes me feel like I've lost a lot of self confidence. And then the world, this is in reverse, but I see them dancing and enjoying time together, like coupling up and stuff and just having fun. Like it feels like a fun thing. But then we have the restraints here with the Four of Swords and that in reverse. And this gives me mixed messages. It makes me feel like what you mentioned before as well with the basically not being able to overcome those fears. But also, I view this as both that and slowly being able to open up more because of this world situation. Um, you both, based on what I see here, you both strongly have trust issues. So when neither side trusts one another, usually it doesn't go well in terms of an actual relationship. So that would be very careful territory to walk in. We have Six of Coins, gathering finances together,
I see this as almost like a opportunity for you both. Like if you decide to pair up, whether you choose to continue a relationship or even just, you know, put yourself in a situationship, it could still be beneficial to you both in terms of finances and saving up for something better later on in terms of agreement, and you'll both be fine with that because that's a very direct path for you both where you both know your boundaries strongly. Is kind of how I see that. Six of Swords. I see this more like an escapism. I see her like escaping. And then Page of Wands makes me feel weird. And it's in reverse. And it's facing the Six of Swords. It feels as if like no, word sabotage comes to mind. Feels like there's and I feel like your energy is kind of vibing with the word sabotage in its own way. And you know, the way I see it, like if you expect something to fail before it even happens, it probably will because you expect it to happen that way instead of being open-minded to opportunity kind of thing. So I feel like he's self-sabotaging. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Ace of Coins. So the coins are the only thing in upright position. Yeah, it's interesting. So the coins, the pentacles are the only thing in upright position. So it and this Ace of Coins here makes me feel like as if like the money is what makes me feel comforted by like it's the only thing that has not been inconsistent. It has not been the change, and I've always had it going. It's kind of the energy I'm getting off of that. I and you know it. I, they're telling me coins cannot hurt me. The money doesn't hurt me. So I hear that. And then the Ace of Cups, I read earlier for somebody else's reading. They had it in reverse at the time. And I found out that this is actually sake. I should know that because of the kanji, but you know, I don't drink and stuff, so I don't remember it. But it makes, you know, it's making me think of the alcohol in the sake specifically. So I don't know if maybe and I mentioned escapism here, so there could be like whenever stressed, overwhelmed, there could be a fixation to go towards alcohol as the healing method, but it's unhealthy. We've been helping each other mostly, like food and stuff, each other paying and helping one another. He used to drink when he was depressed. Okay, so yeah, I picked that up on that one. Uh, so you're asking me if that's what I meant by like combining things, or are you saying that you do that? I'm a little confused. Yes. Yeah, like it's very much like that. You know, one hand washes the other kind of thing. So, okay, so it seems like I'm picking up on that okay so far. So let's see what we should move on to next. I was gonna read from the book, but I actually think I did pretty alright going through it, so. Mm, interesting. So normally I play this with past unloved ones that come through. I felt a strong need to bring this in. I I have mixed feelings. Like I feel like some could be past unloved ones. It could be you, it could be him. It could also just be basic advice. So I don't really know how to feel. But
I'm gonna play them anyway and see what comes up. Oh, just a teeny bit tired, so that could make a difference too. My mind is free. My mind is free to do as I choose. It's free to do as I choose. No worries, I am Joe. Oh no, I'm so much better now. I feel like that goes with this here. So connected. I feel like these cards are playing based on the feelings. Although you may not understand it now, everything happens for a reason. We are soulmates. Okay, sorry, any messages? Always give you a good night kiss. Bottom of the deck says there's no such thing as death, but I don't see it as its literal meaning. I see these people below it the most. And it almost feels like you know, it's how do how do I- yeah, okay. So like I see these people as I was gonna say, and it's nothing, you know, it's nothing real for this, whatever this is. This doesn't feel connected at all. So with this on the outside the situation, okay, my mind is free. I'm so much better now. That feels good to me. That feels like it's part of a healing process. And then, although you may not understand it now, everything happens for a reason. And I see these two pieces of puzzle coming together. They understand each other to an extent, and they see each other, which is what I saw in this card here, right? And then we are so connected. We are soulmates, and I always give you a good night kiss. So it, you know, this person could be distant, you know, and I feel like I almost, so you mentioned self-sabotaging, and I almost feel like part of you feels like that he's doing what's done to him to you, is what I'm kind of getting off of for energy. And you know, maybe to some extent that could be true because often a lot of people who go through trauma tend to project their trauma onto other people, but they don't always know that they're doing that. It's not always something that's actually intentional. It's because it's just something they know, and that's what they kind of, you know, grew with at the time. And it takes time to heal and overcome that and grow from that. So, so like you know, I feel like it'll be a process. You guys can work through it together if you want to, and that's not an issue. I feel like you guys are very slowly trying to heal, but because you both don't have the trust in one another to such an extent where you undoubtedly trust each other, that means your particular situation and relationship will take much longer to build on. Okay, like it takes time when you do that in that particular situation. And you know, with the fear of him doing the same thing to you, like I feel like his energy, he deep in his heart absolutely despises
that that happened to him. Like he has strong feelings against it. Okay, so if he is doing that because it's part of your fear, I feel like the fear is valid because often that's what happens, and that's just how life is. But I also feel strongly that if it does happen to a little bit of an extent, it's not intentional and it will take time. He won't probably realize that it's happening like that right away, but eventually the patterns will show up. So, where that speaks to me is that he can't always tell me everything because he's my boss. Um, I see. Sorry. So he can't talk about what's going on at work. Interesting. That's tough. It's like a real life C drama. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry. Um, that's such an interesting. Wow, I'm getting such interesting romance situations today. Um, Interesting. Okay. So that gives me better context of what's happening. So like some stuff is going down and he can't talk about and I feel like it's clouding his brain. Well, do you mean talk about because you mean like with other employees like about the situation? I mean I can yeah, that would be hard because well, not only that, but like both. Oh, do you mean the other part is like because you are the employee? Like, so he has a hard time talking about things because, superiority, inferiority situation? Or is he worried about favoritism and that's part of the rumors happening at work? Like, there's a conflict at work and I know about it, but he can't talk about it because he's afraid I might talk about it. And yes, he's afraid of favoritism. Okay. Favoritism is a common fear when it's like a boss employee relationship. In terms of that well, one, favoritism often happens anyway, but if you know how to respectfully keep it balanced, then do so, but it needs to be in a way where it's not biased. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what kind of job you're in, but for example, like in the office field, or if you do something that requires certain office work to level up on the ladder, that kind of thing, versus like, I don't know, restaurant work. If you marry in, you end up being the owner, and that just happens, that kind of thing. Oh, right, you told me that. Funeral, but like he's not my direct boss. He's the assistant to my boss. Okay. All right. We were in a huge company. Okay. So, in terms of the situation happening, you can talk about it if it's something you already know. Okay, like if it's something you already know, because you're the employee, it's important for bosses regardless of their position or superiors, to hear your opinion. But in terms of the reverse, that's more complicated. So I would leave his his feelings about a particular situation just there, the base minimum, and keep it at what you know. That way it keeps the boundary between the two of you there without worrying about things at work causing more conflict. Okay, for to start with. Um,
do like no weight jumping a pig and like no weight jumping a pig in the ladder. So like if you're in a company where you get promoted in certain ways, you guys have to figure, like, let's say you proceed with the relationship stuff. You guys have to figure out and navigate together what situation would be best in a scenario where you don't have to think about the favoritism, or if it becomes required where one of you must leave. Like you guys need to think about that if you do, go down that path. I've been trying, but like he's been closing off since that conflict with another employee. Like he's denying you talking about it with him. I feel like I've. Since I feel like then the company should create like an HR reference email where everybody can put in their own complaints, but they'd still have to be investigated because some people could easily lie and just spout nonsense and throw it in there. So it sounds like it's a situation where he also feels the need to speak up about something. I don't see why he wouldn't be able to do that, but the fact that it's being worded that way tells me it's probably complicated because it involves one or both of you. And with his isolationist thinking a lot with the past. Uh, so it involves him, but he can't talk about it. Do you mean to? Oh, okay. I think I get it. I'm just like a bystander. So you mean like you don't like it when a spouse comes home, they want to talk about their tough day kind of thing, but you they can't because they're with you. Is that what you mean by that? Sorry, I'm piecing it together. Yes. Okay. Well, it's hard to navigate it in a way, but maybe he could do something like, hmm, I was gonna say he could do something like where he writes it down like a letter to you or something, and you can read it later after the situation is resolved, maybe. But that doesn't help him in terms of releasing and getting the advice he needs from the situation. Does he know any of your friends, maybe, or does he have friends he can vent to about it? Or Spirit's telling me, where's his mom? Can you talk to his mom about it? So I think not much, no. So also, he could also, I mean, ChatGPT is not a reliable source, but it might help at least relieve some of that tension alone. Interesting. He hates mom. She's the base of his trust issues. Interesting. Wonder why Spirit wanted me to mention his mom then. Okay, I'll rephrase it then. I'll rephrase the question. Does he have a motherly figure? Like, does he have a woman he considers more like a mother to him than his actual mother? That's what I've been using to help talk about the situation. ChatGPT told me to come see advice. Interesting. That's funny. Yeah.
Well, has so he wants to talk about this situation, just to vent about it. It sounds like he can't with you because of the complication of the situation. What about talking to about the higher up to him, like his boss? That's what I'm thinking. I think that would probably be best in terms of situation and advice, and that way he can also, move on from it in a way where he can communicate to you other things later on. She's like the mother figure, oh, at work, which is kind of funny. Oh, okay. So the highest boss is a woman. It's a female boss. Mother figure. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that makes sense. I agree with that. I think that's the best course of action to take, because if it was a situation at work involving someone, like if it was just, yeah, how do I word this? Like if I had a situation at work where I was with somebody and a situation involved me and I couldn't discuss it with my partner because it would affect him in some way, I would probably speak to my boss about what I'm having a struggle with and what's challenging for me. And I'd probably even mention, like, you know, I'd probably even mention, like, my relationship and say, I want to talk about this, but the problem is I can't because of this reason. And the boss could do a few things, like, she could give the advice herself to the person, right? Or she could consider alternative options in a way where it works out best in terms of everyone involved, in a way like hiring somebody specifically where everybody can talk to, you know what I mean? Like a human resource representative, an HR representative, and that way everybody can discuss the situation, just like the email. If they don't have something like that involved already, I feel like it needs to be established, but this isn't really about the company itself, but the situation and how to handle what's currently happening. She knows about it. About your relationship? Okay, that makes it better in my opinion. I That makes me think that's even better advice, because she already knows a situation, so I think him expressing it to her will make it easier on him in terms of talking about the situation and letting it out, especially since it's about him and how he can't communicate with you about it. Because it sounds like it's a situation where he can't, well, properly discuss it, because it sounds like it would conflict with you in some way. Unless it's just the trust thing, then I would just, give him space if that's the case. But it sounded more complicated than that. Goose, inner knowing. You are a brave traveler. Your soul knows the way. Be confident you will achieve your destination. Loyal friends are always with you. Don't worry, you are blessed. Let yourself fly. Sea turtle, protection. You are a master of finding life's flow. Be in harmony with the rhythm and your path will unfold. Persevere and you will succeed. You have everything you need to be protected and happy. Oh, that's cute. Peacock, vibrancy. You were born to shine and inspire. Practice humility to avoid jealousy. Be grateful for life, and more good things will come. Be true to yourself and recognize your brilliance. of the truth. Don't take things too seriously. Make time for play. Great wisdom comes from laughing at your own folly. Look out for the traps and tricks of life and learn from them. And then we have bison, abundance, sacred buffalo, cloak me in your wisdom. Keep me warm through the storms of life. Fill my life with goodness. Teach me the way of gratitude and prayer. Bottom of the deck says is penguin, authentic. Reach out to your tribe in times of need. Family gives you strength when you face the storm. Love your uniqueness. You are full of surprises. Break free from others' expectations. Just be yourself. And top of the deck says white stag, protector. You're an old soul. Your best friend is nature. Use your intuition to take you where you want to go. Awaken the powerful force within you. You were meant to create blessings with your magic. Hello, thank you for the follow. So I feel for you that you're pretty on top of knowing what to do. And I feel like you confused yourself unnecessarily, honestly. I feel like Stag is kind of talking to me. Yeah. I feel like you're actually very in tune with your intuition and your instincts. So what your initial reaction is usually right in terms of stuff. Don't let the fear guide you, let your intuition guide you. So like, you mentioned you thought certain things. Those based on the reading I just gave so far, those are the same advice that you thought of already. You know what I mean? Like you've already thought of this and that ended up confirming it. So I would trust your instincts more often. My grandpa was a hunter and stags were important. Oh, fun! So you were really drawn to that. And I think he'd love him. And the family one is special because my grandpa used to call me Morticia. Oh, so cute. I love that. I love the Addams family. Love watching their movies and stuff. When I talked about him to my sister, she automatically said Gomez. I love this. I love Adam. The first time I've gotten an Adams family reference, but I knew every word you just said. It's one of my favorites. That's so great. Oh, that's cute. Yeah. I see the bison here too. I feel like I'd wear pastels. Okay. So I started playing some cards from the next deck. As I said, I'd wear pastels for this. Does that mean you wear the darkest of colors most of the time? Okay, so passion and pleasure save your life. I see this as like you and him around the campfire. And I take this image as like take life as it comes for you two. Like you guys both have your own stories and directions, your own fears, and but you know things are just falling into place for you based on how the story is going so far. The story itself is unfolding. So, you know, instead of trying to force the direction it's going in, let it unfold as it should. So, take life as it comes and then, you know, see where it goes on your own. You know what I mean? Always. Enjoy the journey. I feel like that was confirming what I just said. And then we have infinite rainbow blessings. Blessings are showering your life. Stepping into power. You are strong beyond measure. Valiant courage. Take action with passion. Wondrous universe, walking in beauty, protected by angels, you are cherished by the angels. And begin now, take your first step. And I have this placed in a pyramid position in the way I played it out, and that's rising up the pyramid. It stands for building a structure, like building up. So I should be patient. Yeah, I see it that way. I feel like you guys are both kind of still navigating things. So I wouldn't rush anything. Just let it unfold. It's okay to be yourself and like what you normally do, give advice and stuff that you've thought of. Trust your intuition. You've got it for a reason. Use it, you know. And so not only that, but like because uh, you both know a lot about each other from the sound of it too. Like you both know about each other's traumas, but it sounds like you have a fear based on his trauma that he doesn't even know about, right? And you have an assumption of him self-sabotaging on his own, which also means he doesn't communicate fears with you either. So like you guys have things to, you know, navigate still, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't rush anything, but I think, you know, you guys will get through it, whatever's going on. You know, storm will pass. The storm will pass, and then, you know, um, I wouldn't rush love, especially if somebody's been deeply hurt, because their heart will be guarded for a long time and it can heal, but it heals slowly. It's like when they find their person, when they find the one for them, right? That person, small things they do will slowly peel each layer of protection off as they heal. Like it'll slowly peel, like slowly melt away. Just that feels like $1,000. Yeah. A forgotten spell will bring unexpected joy. Forgotten spell will bring unexpected joy. A new chapter is beginning. Embrace the change. Your your heart's desire is closer than you think. Ooh. Heart's desire is closer than you think. A time of great change is upon you. Trust the process. These are definitely confirmation cards and not like final messages that you're reading. I feel like it's kind of like summarizing everything so far. Magic flows where intention goes. Manifest your dreams. I like that one. That's my favorite so far. Magic flows where intention goes. Manifest your dreams. Your magical abilities are growing. Use them wisely. Bottom of the deck says a mystic connection will bring unexpected allies, and the top of the deck says a protective charm will bring you safety and peace. I've manifesting and doing spells and runes. You've been manifesting, doing spells and runes. Okay, so you vibe with this quite a bit then. Okay, that's funny. That's why I was like, I pick up intuition for you. So I'm like, I don't even know why you're here. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Very much so. Okay, great. That actually finishes off your reading. So do you feel like a lot of that resonated for you? Do you have any further questions and so on and so forth? I don't think so. No, okay, great. Alrighty. So I will call out Brain one more time. Do you think he loves me? I think you need to be patient and wait for that, is what I think. I mentioned that, but maybe you didn't hear it. Um, because of the trauma for both of you and the situation, I don't think it's right to rush love. Well, that's what my intuition says too. So, like, I think it could happen, but I also think it's determined by what happens in the situation. Love can't be rushed. If it's meant to happen, it will. And not only that, but if you guys work on the relationship from both your sides, both of them, you both need work, okay? Um, you will notice that the guards that are always up in the heart and around the heart will slowly melt away over time. It's not good to force anybody to do anything. Usually it backfires and backlashes. Everybody has free will. It is not good to make anybody do anything against anyone's will in any way. You know? So like since you like to do spells and stuff, I know some spells can be like, I'm gonna call them naughty. Okay? They're not supposed to be good to do that because it's against it and it usually backfires anyway. But if you do things that are like more inspiring for spells, because I know a little bit of spell work, not a lot, but um, like just wanting to bring in good love is much better than asking for somebody specific to love, if you know what I mean. Like it makes a big difference, especially in manifesting. So no love spells. You can do love spells, but don't make it person specific. You know what I mean? So that's like forcing that's like arranged marriage to somebody you never wanted to marry. That's like that's forcing another person to try and love you and it doesn't work out right. It matters. Okay, so getting better in my skin charm spell, like me being charming. Yeah, yeah. All on you is fine, but don't do it on any other person. You can do things like protection and stuff, or just like, if, like, okay, so like, let's say you wanted to do a love spell for him, okay? You can give a spell that gives love, but don't require him to love you. You know what I mean? Because that's not how that works. And um like I said earlier, it usually backfires. And two, Why would you want to do that anyway? Like, if that even worked properly, it would be so fake. It wouldn't feel good at all. It would make you feel crummy. Yeah, I've been wanting to perfect my protection spell for him. Yeah. So that would be okay because it doesn't go against his free will. You know what I mean? But I think in terms of the question of him loving you, I think that time will tell for that because you both have a lot of work that needs to be done first, and you've maybe noticed you've fallen in love already with him, but he's thinking about so many other things and other stuff right now. Like, even if he's building the love for you too, like that might not even be acknowledged yet. Like, he has trauma, you have trauma. It takes time to work through those things. Not good to rush things. It's not good to force it to go faster than it should. Being patient with it and seeing how it unfolds feels very much like what you two should need to do. Basically, your message for you specifically in terms of advice is live in the present moment. Like, live in the current present moment. What I was gonna say. Yeah. Any other questions? Love now, not tomorrow. Yeah. Be patient and appreciate what's going on now. Yeah. Even even painful, I'm learning and growing. Yes, that's right. This deck, yeah, it's new. I think because the pattern being so similar, I'm kind of discovering that it was an AI based one, but it's called Fortune Teller Oracles. There it is. Forget who it's by. Let me look for the back. It says it's by Han Yu Bowen. I like the messages that come with it. I do wish that the scenes were a little more diversified, but that's okay. It's okay. At least the messages come through. I felt very called on to. Yeah. Yeah, I felt called to it too when I was thank you for the hydrate. When I bought it off of Amazon, I think. It was an Amazon purchase. I also felt very drawn to it. I think part of that was because of the eye and the pyramid and everything. Alright. I will give Brain one more chance. If not, I will be ending the stream soon. You're very welcome. Thank you. I'm glad it resonated and you got what you needed out of it for advice. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I hope so for you as well. Blessed be to you too. Thanks. Last call for Brain. I think you might have fallen asleep. I don't know if I'll do this tomorrow. There's a chance. If you do come back and watch the VODs, um, I could do a reading that you can come back to, but most people, I think, prefer the live readings. So I'll wait till I see you live. Here we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Thank you for your reading, everybody, and all those who stayed and watched. Night.